Hi friends, welcome to my channel. From today we're going to learn about a new series, the Angular 10. Angular 10 already released and these are using very much in software industry. If you don't know anything about Angular or you have not used any older version of Angular, so don't worry about that. I will show you each and everything from scratch. Okay. So angular.io. So this is the Angular official website and you can get help from here also. So before starting, I want to confirm you one thing. Many of you have confused between AngularJS and Angular. So actually this is the Google product, and when Angular first releases, they started as AngularJS. That was basically Angular 1, and after that they faces many problems and modifies that version and make Angular JS to the Angular framework. So from Angular 2 to up to today's version, that is I will going to show you the Angular 10, the all the Angular framework, and we will going to learn about this Angular framework only. Okay, so before starting we need to know why we learn Angular and what is the feature of Angular. It is the component based architecture that provides the higher quality of code. As you know, MVC framework always provides you better structure and better coding standard. Okay, and obviously the performance is very high. As it is MVC structure, we can write a cleaner and less code with high scalability. Okay, and another important thing is that this is a Google product and Google maintains this framework and it provides a long-term support from there. And another thing is that this Angular framework is open source and it is absolutely free, so we don't need to buy this product, we don't need to purchase any packages or something. Okay, so there are some special packages if you want to use in your application, so you can use your third party, but the Angular framework is absolutely free and we can use npm here, we can use cdn here also. Some place we can use cdn and directly use it in your application, but the best practice is npm. 90% of person will use npm and I will show you why we use npm instead of cdn. So in our upcoming video I will show you why we need to use npm instead of cdn. So to get started with Angular, in this series we will going to learn about the basic understanding, that is what is component, what is template, what is directory, dependency injection, and there are many things, that is a routing, navigation, forms, HTTP clients, and internationalization, animations. There are lots of things, and along with these we will learn about form handling and how to create API, how to authorize to your application, and we're going to learn step by step in our upcoming videos. So if you like this video, please like and subscribe this channel, and you can share with your friends also, and comment your opinion in the below comment section. Show you how to install Angular in your system. So to install Angular, we need two things already installed in our system. So one is Node and another is npm. Okay, so when you install Node, automatically it will install the npm also. So I will provide a link of that, how to install Node and npm, in the below comment section. So in my system I already installed Node and npm. So how we'll check that is already installed or not? So to see the node installation, we need to check the node -v, so that you can see the version 12.4.0. Okay, so I have installed node, and to check the npm version, just use simply npm -v. So here you can see the 6.11.3, that is the npm already installed. So now I need to install the Angular project in my system. So if you can see both are installed, then you can have nothing extra things required to install the Angular. So I have already a folder in my desktop that is Angular tutorial. So basically this is the empty folder and this is my terminal. So for my Ubuntu system I am using this terminal. You can use your CMD for Windows system. So to install Angular in your system, just use the npm command, that is npm install, and write here Angular /CLI. So you can install Angular with this command if you are using Windows, and to install in any Linux based system, or I am using Ubuntu, that's the reason I need a permission. So write here sudo. So basically sudo is required for Mac based or any Linux based operating system, but if you're using any Windows based operating system you don't need to use the sudo. But one things, you can use -g here. So g is actually the global installation of Angular. So if you use -g here, so that means it will install globally. If you're installing any other Angular project, you don't need to install Angular repeatedly. So I am installing it globally. So okay, so just enter this. So here it will take some times to install, so it is installing started, and I am pausing my records for now or something. So I will come back after install. So Angular is installed in my system. So how we know that Angular is installed or not? So just write ng version. Okay, so you can see the Angular version is installed, that is the Angular CLI, and you can see the Angular CLI version 11.2.9, and you already seen the node versions 12.4.0. So Angular is installed in our system. So now to create any Angular project, simply use the ng command. Okay, the ng means is Angular, and to write a new, and after that write a project name. Suppose my project name is tutorial project. Okay, so just enter this and it will ask some questions. So do you want to enforce stereotype checking and stereotype bundle budgets in the workspace? So for now I am selecting no. And would you like to Angular routing? So I am routing is not required for now. We will see it later how it's working. Okay, for currently it is no. And it will ask which type of styling format you want to use. You can select any of this, but for now I am using CSS. Okay, so the Angular installation starting. Okay, so basically this is the installing packages for npm, and it will also take some times. Okay, so after finish we'll come back and it's installing the packages. So for now if we check the files, so you can see the tutorial project already created. So if you go into this, we can see some folders of Angular. So Angular is installed successfully in your system. So just go to the tutorial project. Okay, so just go to the inside this project, and to run we need to use simply ng, that is the Angular serve. Okay, so for first time it will take some times. So it will ask some question for first time. Would you like to share anonymous users data about the project with the Angular team at Google under Google's privacy policy at https://policies.google.com privacy? Okay, so for now I will not need this. Okay, so here the Angular building is starting, so it will start the building for first time. Okay, so it is a compiling Angular core files, common files, platform. Basically this is the node modules packages, and it will build. Okay, so this compiled successfully. So you can see the Angular live development server is listed on localhost 4200. So copy this link and go to the browser. You can see your application is started. Okay, so this is the installation process of Angular. So try it your own system. So today we will discuss about files and folder structure inside the Angular application. So we have already installed this and we are running using the ngServe. Okay, so using this command we are running this. So to open the application code, we'll use Visual Studio Code. So just write code space dot, so it will open the code. And you can use another option, that is using the create project option. So using the open folder, you can browse and select this. So for now I'm using this command because we are using the Ubuntu system and it supports this. So this is the full Angular project files and directories. So the main important things you can see, that is the package.json. Okay, so basically we don't need to change all the files. So maximum of changes will be done in the src folder. So we will discuss what's in the src folder. So for now I'm introducing each and every files in your applications. So first I need to discuss with the package.json file. So basically this is the first file when you create any Angular application. So you can see the name, that is the tutorial project. When you install Angular application, we are using the name of this section. And after that, when we install, we can see all the dependencies are installing, that is the node modules are installing. Okay, and here you can see the dependencies section. Okay, so this is the animation, common, compiler, core, forms, and platform. Okay, so this is the dependencies. And another section, this is the dev dependencies. So basically if you want to install any other modules, or if you want to install any separate packages into your application, you can use this. And if any dependencies have another dependencies, suppose this is the animations packages, and to install or use animation packages, it depended on any other applications also or any packages also, this can be installed in this section. So basically if you go to the node module section, there are lots of Angular packages. Okay, this is the node packages, but the question is why we are using only this section and others are useless? Absolutely wrong things. I already tell you, if any packages have dependencies with another packages, that all things are installed in the node module sections. Okay, and the important thing is for packages we can see the start ngserve and build ngbuild, and to test ngtest. So we are just using ngserve to serve our application. So basically we are getting this output for ngserve. So here we are running the ngserve to display the output. Okay, and the important thing is the node modules. Basically all the packages are installed here. We don't need to change any files, at least for initial level. If you are well experienced, or if you have already used the older version of Angular, if you have no other option to fulfill your requirement, then you can change it. But my suggestion is not to change anything inside this folder. The reason is, when you upgrade our project, at that time the folder and files also changed from node modules. So if there is any dependencies during upgrade, you will lost your code. So that is the reason I am not recommending you to change anything inside the node modules. So next is src folder. So this is the main folder of your application. So when you will work on any Angular application, at least 90 to 95% work will be done in this folder only. Okay, and you can see there is environment, so you can create your environment, that is environment.prod, that is prod.ts. basically that is the production, and this is the environment.ts, that is the lives which are serving into your lab application. And you can create your own, that is for development, for testing. Okay, so you can create your own environment also. And the next is the assets. So I have this folder for such kind of files which are not sensitive. Means if you can see those files from outside, that will create no problem. We can store some image, or you can say photos or css, or any file which are not sensitive. So we can store this kind of files into the assets folder. And this is the F folder. This is the most important folder for developer. So this is, inside this we will create our component, our files, and all things we will show you deep in our upcoming video. Okay, and the next is index.html. So basically this is the entry point of our application. You can say this is the entry point of HTML. Okay, and another is the main.ts. Basically this is the entry point of your JS file, so you can see some bootstrap. Okay, so bootstrap module, so don't be confused with bootstrap designing and bootstrap module. Okay, this is completely separate things. And now this is the style css. So if you want to use any global styling, or if you want any theme wise styling, you can use the style css. And if you want to go in some advanced level, you can use editor.config. So where is editor.config? So this is editor.config. So here you can set your editor settings. So you can use the indent styling space, that's indent size, indent final. Okay, so this kind of settings inside there, and you can use for advanced section. And you can see this is the karma config.js. Okay, so basically this is the configuration file. Basically it is using for unit testing, or you can say that is the package log.json. so basically if you go to this section, you can see the lots of dependencies also installed into this section. And the last few things, that is tslint.json and tsconfig spec.json or tsconfig.json. Basically this is the type scripting section, so we'll discuss on these files when we'll go deeper in our upcoming folders. And the one thing is left, that is e2e. Okay, so e2e is the testing folder, that is end-to-end testing folder. Inside this we can create our test configuration file, and inside the src we can create some folders, and we have different purpose, so we'll discuss step by step in our upcoming video. So this is the basically all about the Angular projects files and folder structure and overview. So already we have installed our Angular project and got some idea about files and folders. So let's start working on this course about this tutorial. Okay, so let's create some things into this. Okay, so first I will try to print the hello world application. So when we will use the ngServe, your application will start. So here you can see your application is starting. So basically this page is coming from where? So it is the page that is coming from src apps and app.component.html. Okay, from this html file basically we are getting this output. Okay, so inside this we can see the tutorial project, and here you can see some html files and have some dynamic contents also. So if you go to this section, you can see that is the welcome. So basically this is the welcome section. So not all are html, so you can see the tutorial project, this is coming from dynamic. So if you search these things, so write the search colon, and you can see the title. So basically this is coming from dynamic. So how it's coming? So basically it is coming from app.component.ts file. So here the title is tutorial project. Okay, so first if you write something here, so that is I am writing Angular application. So if you just go to these sections, so you can see the Angular application is written over there. So just remove all the HTML content and just check. So all the blank. So I'm writing some h1 tag. So inside this I'm writing hello guys, this is Angular tutorial. Okay, so make a as caps. So here you can see, hi guys, this is Angular tutorial, and if you want to print this dynamic content, you can write simply two curly braces, and inside this you can write title. Okay, so Angular application. So if you can decorate, you can decorate. So just write a p here, and inside the paragraph we are getting the output. So this is coming from title. Okay, so this is basically property. So you can see the property. So if you write another property, suppose I'm writing the property is channel. Okay, so just write here a channel, that is learning points. Okay, and use this inside this app.component.html. so inside the p tag I am writing this, so inside the curly bracket we need to write. Okay, so right here, and here we can see the learning points. So basically this is the property of this class. So we can create a component, we can bind a component. So now we can get some idea how to code inside the Angular application. So next I will show you how to create a component and how to use and render it into the Angular application. I will going to discuss about Angular component. After seeing this video, you will know all about Angular component. So first we need to know what is component, how to create component, what is inside the component, and where to edit and how to enable the component. So we already know about files and folder structure from our previous video. So basically component is a block of code which is generally used for some specific task. So in more detail, suppose you are going to create a project, there are some users, have some roles, should have user list, their add page, edit page. So all are separate tasks. Okay, so you can create component for each and every task so that you can modify easily and you can code easily. So here in the folder structure we can see by default we have app. So app is our default component. So inside the app, if we go to this, we can see there is app component CSS, app component HTML, app component spec, and app component TS. So these four are the component files. So in a component, basically these four types of files are there. So component CSS is the component file. So if you go to the app component.ts file, you can see, so this is the main TypeScript file of Angular. So you can see there is a class, that is app component. This is the main component of Angular application, and you can see the selector is app root because this is the app and this is the folder. So inside the root folder we are getting this app root, so the selector is app root. You can modify, but you have to remember this, whatever the selector. And you can see the template URL, basically app.component.html. so this is the HTML file. So whatever we can see in the browser, so if you go to browser we can see these things all are coming from app component.html file. And if you want to decorate or if you want to add some style into this, so app component CSS. Okay, so basically these are the CSS file of app component. So you can include this style URL. You can see the app.component.css file. So basically this is the basic structure of any component. Okay, so now we need to know, we can see in the browser this page. So my question is how this page are coming. So basically this page are coming from this index.html. so inside the index.html we can see the app root is included. So app root is the selector of this app component. So whatever we will write inside here means app component.html, the selector will be app root and the app root is displayed here. That's the reason we can see inside here. So now let's create a component and let's try to render this component in this page. Okay, so to create a component we need to use the simple command. So this is the ng service already running our application. So just open another tab. So to create a component, first we need to write ng is the command, and generate for G, and to create a component we need to use C, ngGC, and suppose my component name is user list. So I'm just writing here the user list and just enter this. Okay, so a new component will be created. So you can see there are 4 files are created and one file is updated, that is app.module.ts. ts. So what is inside this? So first go to the browser, and here we can see a new folder, that is user list, is created, and inside this we are getting these 4 files, that is the user list component.css, user list component.html, user list component.spec.ts, and user list component.ts. So user list.component.css is the css file for user list.component.ts. So if you go to the user list component.ts, we can see all the files are included. So user list component.html and css. So this is user list.component.spec.ts. basically this is the TypeScript file. So whatever we write, we can write the test case of this. So we can write the test case in the spec.ts file. Okay, so we will discuss later, but main focus is inside the user list.component.ts. we are getting all the html and css. If you go to the html file, we can see user list works. Okay, so how this works, if you go to the browser, we cannot see, so it will not run automatically. So we need to write some code to run the component. Okay, and one another things, that is the app module.ts is updated. So where is the app module.ts? So this is basically the files from app folder. Okay, so we can see while we create our component, here we can see that it is imported user list component and the full path of the component, and along with this a ng module is declaration part user list component also included. Okay, now if we go to the main TypeScript file, that is user list component.ts, we can see the selector is app user list. Okay, so we already said you need to remember the selector. So using this selector we can get access of this component. So here you can see app user list is a tag. Okay, so first of all we can see these things, and the below section I just going to add the app user list. Okay, so this is my app component html. So whatever we are getting these things, and in the last section I am going to import our app user list selector. Okay, so now if we go to the browser, we can see user list works. Okay, so that means this is the reason to appear of user list component. Okay, so here if you write something different, so let's remove some things from here. So I just removing all those things, and here I am just importing the tag. Okay, and here I am writing some things for app component html. So here inside the h1 I am writing this is from app component. Okay, so if we just go to the browser, we can see this is from app component, and app user list tag is imported. Basically this is a selector we are imported, that's the reason user list works. So if you're going to modify some things, so just go to the user list component.html, and here something right, suppose here write inside the h1 tag, so this is from user component. Okay, so you can see it is coming, this is from user component. So easily we can create a component and we can use from this. So now we can understand how to change our app component. So this is the base component html file, and how to change the new created component file, and how to render the components. Okay, so this is the very simple example. So in the next video I will going to show you the interpolation section. So basically we need to use different types of data, so string type data, array type data, there should be have JSON type data or any others kind of data. So how we use these different types of data using the component, and how we can make it dynamic. And today we're going to discuss about Angular interpolation. So first we need to know what is interpolation. So here you can see this is from app component. So basically this is coming from the app inside the src app, and app component.html. So this is the simple text. Suppose I need to make this text dynamic, means somewhere the value will appear into this HTML. So how we can see this? So we have a TypeScript file, that is app component.ts file. Okay, so inside this we can create a property and we can use this property from app component.html. So this is basically called interpolation. So when we install our Angular application, we have provided the name of this application is Angular application. So this is the app component and title is the property of this app component. So we can use this title into this app component HTML. Okay, so if we just simply create a h1 tag and just write here title, that means it is static. Okay, so if we just go to the browser, we can see simply title, so it is not dynamic. But how we can make it dynamic? So here this is the title, that is the component property, and we need to use the curly braces, and inside the curly braces if you write the property name, this will become dynamic. That means we can see Angular application which are coming from the ts file, that is a TypeScript file. Okay, so this is the simply string type property, you can say the text type property. Okay, in the TypeScript file we don't need to write any var, or you don't need to write any let. So if you write this, it will actually provide an error. Angular will not get access of this. You just need to write simply title and you can provide any value and we can get output. That is the Angular application. Okay, so in this way, if we suppose want to create any function, so write here function and get name. Okay, so normally in JavaScript we are writing this way. Okay, but here in the TypeScript file we don't need to write this keyword, the function keyword we don't need to write. So we need to just simply provide the name of the function, and this is the function. So it is the function structure we can know. So there is the braces, inside the braces we can write our logics. So here just write something that is written and something right here that is learning points. Okay, and if you want to call this from the HTML file, just simply create a tag. So here I'm writing h1 tag, you can write your own tag, and simply inside the curly braces just call the name of the function, that is the get name. Okay, and you have to use the functions to understand that we are trying to call the functions. Okay, and if you go to the browser we can see the learning points. So basically this is coming from here. So now let's take this value also dynamic from this. So how we can create this? So suppose I am creating another property, suppose channel. Okay, and I am writing the name of the channel is learning points. Okay, so we need to write inside the inverted comma, basically this is a string. Okay, and if we just return the channel, what happened? Okay, so basically for normal JavaScript we can write simply return channel and we can get output of this, but here in the TypeScript this is the class and we need to access the class property using the this method. Okay, so this is cool. Okay, using this we can get access of the property inside the function. So now just go to the browser and just refresh this, we can see the learning points. Okay, now these learning points is coming from this, so don't be confused. So if you change the name, that is learning point, and you can see the learning point here, that means it's coming from this variable. Okay, so in this way, if we suppose want to use any objects or any arrays, how we can do this? So let's take an object. So suppose I am creating an object, the name of the object is obj, and just like object creation, so we know how to create object creation, and here there is two property, that is name. Suppose the name is John and I am writing the age, suppose age is 20, this is the number type. Okay, and we can get access of this object using this app component.html file. So if we just simply write inside the h2 tag, so here I am taking the h2 tag, and if we just write the object here, so this is the obj is the object, and simply write object, so it will get output, but it will not get output of particular value. So basically it will output the object. Okay, so we cannot understand what the value want to print, so we need to specify the what value we want to print. So in the HTML file, just print, suppose I'm to print the name, so just simply write name. So in this way, if we write the age, that is like here age, and here write age, and right here name. Okay, so it is also concatenating, and we can see the output. So just go to the browser, we can see the name John, age 20, that is school. So in this way we can get access of array also. So just create a array. So here inside this, suppose I am creating array variable, that is arr is the array variable, and use the braces. And suppose I am providing some random number, that is David and Mark, and the third name, suppose I am writing Jack. So if we just call this array from HTML, simply it will print the output. Okay, so inside the h2 we just printing the array. So if we just write in this way, simply it will treat as string, so it will print all these things. But if you want to get the value of particular things, that is for array index 0, there is the value David, for array index of 1, that is Mark. So suppose I want to print the value of Mark, so we need to print the 1 along with this, so it will only print the value the Mark. Okay, so because in the one index section we have a Mark, so in this way we can access simply string type variable, simply function, object, array. Suppose the new things is if we want to calculate some things, so suppose inside the h3 tag I am taking h3 tag now. Okay, and I want to calculate something, suppose 50 plus 60, so we can get the output of this. So if we go to the browser, we can get output, that is a 110, that is the total. Okay, so now if we want to make this dynamic, so how we can do this? So let's create two object. So let a equal to suppose 50 and b equal to 60. Okay, so we can get access of this from app component HTML. So simply write a and b, so it will get output of 110. And if we just change the value, suppose 500 and 600, okay, so now the output will become 1100. Okay, so this is cool. So we can get calculate, so we can do mathematical operation also using the Angular. And one things, that is we cannot get access of window. So what is the window? So suppose I am trying to get the output of the current URL. So suppose I am taking s3, and here I am writing URL is, suppose I am writing window dot location dot href. So we know using window.location.href we can get access of current URL. So just save this and go to the browser. It is showing error, the property window does not exist on app component. So inside the app component the window is not known. So how we can get access of current URL? Very easy. So let's create a property, that is inside the app component ts. Suppose I am creating a current URL, okay, equal to window.location.href. So we can access window property inside this TypeScript file, and we are getting this output in the current URL. So just print here. Okay, and now you can get access, that is the URL is http localhost 4200. Okay, so this is cool things, and this is the all about interpolation, and we already know how to create component and how to use this, and now we can pass variable to this component. So now we are going to deep step by step, and next day we will going to discuss about the module. So what is module, what is the purpose of this, and all related things. In this video, we will going to know about Angular module. So we will learn what is Angular module, what it is consist of, and what is the use of it. Okay, so we will learn each thing step by step. So basically, module is a mechanism to group components, directives, pipes, service, and some other related things. We already know about components. We will know about pipe service in our upcoming videos. Okay, so the main thing, module is the large things where multiple things are there for multiple purpose. As an example, if we say we are going to create where user is a module, and inside this module there are several tasks like a login, a register, forgot password. These are the small tasks. Okay, so this each can be treated as the component. So now you got idea what is the module and what is the component. So difference between module and component. So don't be confused with these two things. So now we need to know how we can create a model and how to use it. So very simple. So just go to the terminal, and to create a module we need to write ng. So ng comment and g for generate, m for module. Suppose my module name is users. Okay, so right here users. Okay, so you can see the user module is created. So if you go to the Visual Studio Code, we can see inside the app a users module is created. So basically when a module will create, the main file of this module will be the users.module.ts. So my module name was users, and here the class name became the users module. Okay, so this is the naming conventions in Angular. So as it's a module, we cannot remain it blank. Basically we already told you module is consist of the components, pipes, service, and many other things. Okay, so let's create a component because we know about the component. So we will create a component inside this user module. We already discussed about component in our previous video. So here I will just create it and will show you how to use it inside the model. Okay, so to create a component we need to just simply write ng comment, that is ng, g for generate, c for component. And suppose inside the users there have many tasks like login, a register. So first we will create a login. Okay, and I want to create this component under the users module. So we'll set the path to create a component. So here just write the users. Okay, users slash login. That means when a component will create, it will create under the users folder. Okay, so just enter this. So here we can see the 4 files are created, that is the component files. We already discussed about all those things, and a users.module.ts is updated. So if you go to the Visual Studio Code, we can see inside the users we are getting a new folder, that is the login folder. That is login is basically component. So here we can see the login component.css.html and .spec.ts, and this is the login component.typescript file, that is the login component.ts. And as it is under the users module, so also you can check users.module.ts is also updated, and you can see that it is imported the login component. So as you create a new component or new things into a single module, all those things we need to import inside the users module.ts, that is the main file of this module. Okay, so to display anything from the login component, we need to write something into the HTML file. So just go to the users.component.html file, and here we can see the by default it is saying the login works. So here we will write inside the h1 tag, I will write some different text, that is this is from login component. Okay, so now as we want to display these things from the users module, so we need to write in a users module. So we can see there is import some things and there is a declaration, that is the login component, as we need to create a export for the login component. So this is the class file, that is the login component. So basically these things are same as this, so this is the class name. Okay, so we need to export this in users module. So like import, we will create a new array, that is exports array. Okay, so we are creating exports as an array because in future we need to export some more things. So just use the export array and just use the login component here. Okay, so all the things are ready for users module. Now I want to use this login component from the app component as the main component. So I want to see this output from here. So how we can see this? So this is basically coming from app component. So this is my main component. We need to modify inside the main component module. So we need to change the app module.ts. So here we also need to import our module. So like here, so here write import and curly braces and name of the module, that is the class name of the module, that is users module. So write it here, users module, and we need to set the perfect path. So just here write from, and inside the users, so inside the users we will get the user module.ts file. So simply just write users, and before that we need to add the dot and slashes, and after that the users dot module, that is the name of the file. So we don't need to write ts here because we just need to write the file name, that is the users module. Okay, so this is the users module, and same like we need to import this into here. So inside the input array just add the comma and add the class name of the users module. So this is the class name, that is users module. So write it here. Okay, so all are set in the app module.ts. Now I want to display this output from here. So to display the output from login component, we need to use the selector from the login component typescript file. So here we can see the selector is app login. So I want to see this output into here. So just go to the app component.html file, and here I want to add the selector. So the selector name is app login. Okay, and just close this. So if you just go to the browser, we can see the output from the login controller. So this is from login component. Okay, so this is the extra arrow here, so we need to check why this is coming. So if you go to the login component, we can see there is the duplicate. Okay, so just now we can see this is from login component and this is from app component. So now we can understand how to get the value from component using any module to the app component. So now one component is ready inside the users module. So same like we can use any other component also. So here we have a login component. So in this way we can create a register component inside this users folder. So just like write here register. Okay, and we'll get a new folder, that is register, and same like we will get all the files. So just write in the register component.html file. So here write this is from register component. Okay, so write inside the h1 this is from register component. Okay, so the component.html file I have altered. Now we need to export this from users module because we are inside this users module. So just go to the users.module.ts. So we can see the register component is already imported, but we need to export this. So just add a comma and write register component. Okay, so in this way we can register this, and we need to use the selector to see here. So for registrations we have a selector, that is app register. So very simple, so just copy this and go to the main component.html file. This is app.component.html file, and now here paste the selector, that is app register, and we can see the output. So this is from register component. So in this way we can add multiple component from a single module. Okay, so this is the way we can create a module, and inside this module we can create component, and in this way we can make a project with different module. So don't worry, we will create a project with Angular after topic wise discussion. So next day we are going to discuss about how to call a function. We will create a button and we will access the function by the button event. In this video I will going to show you how to call a function when click on a button. So that's very interesting and frequently used things. So this is my Angular application and I am using Visual Studio Code. So this is the source code of Angular application, and as we see in our previous video, this is coming from app component. So how it's coming, I will show you now. So inside the app there is app component.html. So here this is from app component, is text written over there, and that's the reason this is coming. Now I want to create a button here, and I will add a click event and will show you how the click event working on this button. So very simple, so just go to the app component.html and create a button. So suppose here I am creating a button, that is button tag, and inside the button suppose here I'm writing the channel name. Okay, so if we go to the browser we can see a button is created and it is showing channel name, the button name. Okay, so if we just click on this, it will nothing happen because we have not written any event for this button. So we need to write any event. So for this we need to create a function, and we will call this function from this button. Okay, so first create a click event. Okay, so inside the button, to add any click event, inside the first parenthesis we need to write click. That means we are going to call a click event, and after that equal to, and after that inside the inverted comma we will add a function name. Okay, so suppose my function name is get channel. Okay, so this is the function. So we need to write this method, and keep in mind we need to call this method from just this component ts file. Okay, so we need to write inside the app component ts file. So if we write one thing, suppose here is a users module and inside this there is login module. So if we write the button from login component, and we need to write the function from the login component ts file. Okay, so here we need to write the app component ts file because we are using the app component.html file. So we need to create a function from this class only. Okay, so that they can understand the function, otherwise it will show you error. Okay, so now we need to call the function. So the function name is get channel. Okay, so just create a function, that is get channel. We don't need to write a function tag here. So this is the function keyword. Generally we will write when you want to create a function, but for here we don't need to write the function keyword. Okay, so just simply write get channel. So I want to call this function when you click on this button. So this is the button. So inside the function we will write simply a alert. Okay, so just write alert, and here my channel name is learning points. Okay, so now if you go to the browser, and we don't need to refresh this because we are using Angular. Okay, so we will not refresh, but it will work. Okay, this is the power of Angular. So we are not refreshing this, and we are just going to print this alert when the button will click. Okay, so just click on the channel name. So here we can see the learning points. Okay, so this is coming from the functions, and we are calling this function with a click event. So inside the function we can pass any parameter also. So if we just pass these learning points from here, so I am passing this from the argument, and within the single inverted comma I am passing this, and we are receiving this from here. So here name, and we can alert these things. Okay, so this is name. So I am changing the name something different. So learning points channel. Okay, so if we just go to the browser, we can see that is channel name is learning points channel, but we are passing these things from here. And one thing we can do, so if we just create a property that is the name is suppose learning points, and if we pass this into the argument, so as it is the class property, so we can call this from here. So just write here the name. Okay, and this is passing from here, so I am just changing the variable for not conflicting. So write here channel name. Okay, and here also use the channel name. So if you just go to the browser and click on this, so we can see the learning points. The learning points is now setting from the app component, and it is passing to the app component HTML, and inside this app component HTML we are passing the name as the argument of the function, and this is receiving and it's showing the alert. So it's cool. Now we can understand how to call a function, how to send parameter in it, and how to set value through in it. Okay, if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. So next day I will going to discuss about the property binding. We will create a HTML form and we will do some operation on it. In this video we will going to learn about property binding. So let's take small example, and with this example we can understand each and everything step by step. Okay, so this is coming from app component. So this is the main component of Angular application. So if you go to the src inside this app, and here you can see the app component.html, app component.typescript file. So this is the app component HTML file, and the text, this is from app component, it's coming from app component.html file. Okay, so here we will create a simple text file, and I want to show something with this. Okay, so here just write input and type equal to text. Okay, so if you now go to the browser, we can see a simple text box is appear. Okay, so now I want to add some things here. So any text, so I want to type any text, and I want to print this text instantly below the box. Okay, so here we can see the output. So we will write a keyup function. Okay, so when we write something, basically this is calling the keyup function. So we will create a keyup function inside this, and using this keyup function we'll call this. Okay, so we will create a keyup event, and inside the keyup event we will create a function and we'll call these things. Okay, so to create any events, so for a text, to create any event inside the first parenthesis we need to write the keyup. That means we are going to use a keyup event, and here, so this is, suppose I'm going to add a name, that is the name, and if we enter any text on the text box, so we'll create a function that is getName. This function will call. Okay, so now let's create a method for this app component TypeScript file. So app component ts file, and here we'll just create a function that is function getName. Okay, so here we don't need to write the function keyword. So if we just write function keyword here, it will show error, because in the TypeScript file we don't need to write the function keyword. It will directly treat a function as it is using the function. Okay, so now a function is created, and if you go to the browser we can see the name and a value. So when we will type something here, it will get the output. Okay, so first I will show the output inside the console, then we will get output just below the text box. Okay, so how we can do this? So to get the current element, we need to pass the $event dot target dot value. So we'll get this value from the text box using this event dot target dot value, and we will print this inside the console. So right here, console dot warn. So to print in the console, you need to write these things, and we'll write the value here, and we will pass the value. So this value is actually coming from this section. Okay, so this is the argument of function, and we are taking this value from here. Okay, so now if you go to the browser and just see the console section, so here is my console. Suppose I am typing something that is learning points. Okay, so when we are typing something, it is automatically getting the output from the console. So we can see the output, that is learning points, from here. So now I want to print this from here. So how we can print this? So we need to create a property. So suppose here I am writing a property, that is the name property, and initially I am showing this as a blank, and I need to print the name into the HTML file. So just create a h2 tag. You can add any tag. I am writing here a h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag I am taking the curly braces, and inside this we are printing the name. Name is the property of this app component, and we will set the value of name into this value. Okay, so write this dot name equal to the value, so which are passing from the ngIf function. Okay, so just go to the browser and now type some things. So here I'm writing anything, so type something. So with the type of this, it is printing. Okay, so I'm changing the name, that is the Angular tutorial. Okay, so instantly we are getting the output. This is the power of Angular. So now we can understand how to use the ngIf functions. Now I want to create another small example by which we can add something from two different text. Okay, so let's write here the star. So I'm separating these things. So this is separation, and after that I will write the calculation. Suppose I want to create a calculation. Okay, so this is calculation, and we can see this is coming. So it's printing mistake calculation. Okay, and here I will create the two text field. So for number 1 I am writing, I am using beer for new line, and here write input type and text. Okay, and also I am using the beer for new line, and the same way I am writing the number 2, and I am creating a button. Okay, and here write sum. Okay, so if we just go to the browser, we can see there is a number 1 and number 2 and one sum. Okay, one button, that is sum. So if we click on the sum button, it will calculate the value of number 1 and number 2 and print just below here. Okay, so how we can take this? So just provide a name, that is name equal to suppose num1, and same we will write the name equal to num2. Okay, and here we will do a property binding. So we'll create first property here. So here I am creating a new property, that is number 1, and assigning value, that is 0, and number 2 same, the default value is 0, and sum also default 0. So we are creating 3 property, and we need to bind this inside the app component.html. Okay, so just write a value here. So to write a value, we need to use this third parenthesis, and here we will write the number 1, So basically this number 1 coming from here, and we need to use the number 2 for the second. Okay, so just add the value property here, that is number 2. Okay, so now we need to create a click event. So when we will click on this sum, basically it will calculate. So inside the button we need to write a click event. So we know how to write this. So within the first parenthesis we will write these things, and we will create a function that is get sum. So which value will pass? Basically will pass number 1 and number 2. So let's create a id, that is for number 1, that is num1, and for number 2, that is num2. Okay, and we will pass this value using the getSum methods. Okay, so write number 1 dot value, and sorry, spelling mistake, and number 2 dot value. Okay, so we will create a getSum method inside the app component ts, and we will pass those two values. Okay, so create the method here. So here write getSum, and we will get two argument, that is number 1 and number 2 for this as a argument. Now we need to sum these two value. So basically these two value, and here we will write this dot sum. So this is the current object. Whenever we will access the property of any class, we need to use this, and here we will use the num1. Okay, so basically we are getting num1 and num2 from here. So use num1 plus num2. Here one thing, as it is using a integer type number, so we need to say to Angular that it is the integer type number, or you can say the float type number. So we need to parse this into float. So write parse float. Okay, so this is the methods to parse this float. Okay, so same way we will write the parse float. So both are float type number, and we need to print the sum just below this section. So to print, we need to write, suppose I am taking AS3 tag, and inside here we are writing sum, and we have a property, that is the sum property, and we are getting this value into this sum. So just use the sum. Okay, so all are set. Now if we go to the browser, and suppose I am going to add some number, that is 10 and suppose 20, so just click on the sum. So it is getting the output, that is 30. Okay, so in the same way just write 50 and 60. So click on sum, it is showing the output, that is 110. This is the adding of two values. Okay, so now we got some idea about the property binding. So we need to learn about more way to bind any property. So for this reason we need to know about all the events, like we are using currently click event, key up event. So in this way there are lots of event, and they have separately uses. So next video I will going to show you all types of events with small examples. So today I will discuss about Angular events, and I will show you small example with that event. Okay, so now this is my Visual Studio Code editor, and here is my Angular application, and this text is coming from app component HTML. Okay, so from here this is coming, and for this related TypeScript file, that is the component app component.ts file. Okay, so here we will create methods, and we will call this method with event. So first let's create a button. So here just create a button. So button, and close the button. Okay, and here write, suppose I am writing a text, that is click here. So we are going to learn about the click event first. Okay, so now if you go to the browser, we can see the click here. So if I click on this now, it will not work because no event are assigning to this button. Okay, so to set any event, suppose I'm going to create a click event. So if I click on this button, it will text something. Okay, so write the click. So in this way we can use the click event. So within the first bracket we need to write the event name, that is click event, and when we will click this button, it will trigger a methods, that is the Angular methods. Okay, write a method name. Suppose my method name is event handling. Okay, and inside the method we will pass suppose any text, because we are using this method for different types of event. Okay, so we'll create different events and we'll call the same function. So for click event I am writing suppose click event. Okay, so now let's create a method inside the TypeScript file. So app component.ts file. So create a methods, that is event handling. Okay, and we will receive this argument. So suppose I am writing the argument, that is suppose value. Okay, so val, no problem on that, val. Okay, so now let's alert this. So alert the val. Okay, so now if we go to the browser and click on the click here button, we can see the alert. Okay, so the click event. So right now I want to see all these things inside the console. So alert is not very good for everything. Okay, so it will see in a console, that will be very good looking. Okay, so that's the reason I am using the console. So console dot log. Okay, you can use console.run also. So if we just simply refresh this now, and if I click on this, we can see the click event. Okay, so we can use console.run also. Okay, so it is working same. So just click on this here. So first refresh this and click on this, so we can see the click event. So the difference is that it will show the warning sign. Okay, so this was a simply button event. So now I am going to show you some text event. Okay, there are lots of text event inside the Angular. So inside the app component.html, so right here beer for new line, and I want to create a text, that is input type suppose text. So I want to create a text field. Okay, and if we go to the browser, we can see a text field is appear. And now I want to see if I type anything inside this text box, it will display in the console. So how we can do this? So we need to write the ngIf function. So just like click event, we will write a ngIf function. So this is the ngIf event, and we will call the same method, that is event handling method. Okay, so just pass the ngIf event here. Okay, so if we now just go to the browser and type something, so write type something, so we can see the ngIf event is calling. Okay, so now I want to see this text inside the console. So how can you do this? So very simple, just use a id for this. So write txt and we will pass this value to the event handling function. So just pass this value txt dot value, and this value will receive through the argument, function argument, and will print in the console. Okay, so cool. So just go to the browser and now type something. So write Angular. So you can see inside the console we are getting the output when we are start typing. Okay, so Angular tutorial. So we can see all those things at the time of typing. So this is the ngIf function. Okay, now one thing we can do, so when we will type and after that when we will enter these things, I want to console this output. So every time I don't need this output. So how we can do this? So just we need to write the ngIf dot enter function. So basically this is the ngIf dot enter event. So it will work when we enter on this text box. So when we write, that is learning points, so you can see nothing is showing into the console, but when I will just enter this, we can see the output is appearing. Okay, so learning points YouTube channel. Okay, so when we enter this, we can see the output, that is the keyup.enter event. So in this way there is keyup.space event. Okay, so when we will write any space here, it will show the output. Okay, so write angular and then space, we can see the output. There are lots of events inside the angular. I will show you some which are mostly uses. Okay, so if I just go to use, like key up we are already learned. So if we just want to use the key down method, so how we can use this? So simply write key down. So when it will write something, suppose here write angular, so we can see the key up and key down difference. So first it will print any output. So when we start, that is I will write a, then it will print the empty string. When I will write an, then it will print the a, means when I will start typing, it will first print the output and then it will take the value. But the difference between key up and key down is that when you will just press the value, then the key up event will call, and before the accepting of the value, the key down function will call. Okay, so write angular, so you can see the output is coming in the console. Okay, so in this way we have a key down dot enter also. Okay, so it will print when you will just enter the output. So when you will just enter the value, so write angular, sorry spelling mistake, angular, and then enter, then it will work. So in this way there are lots of things. So this was the keyword dot enter events. Now I want to see the blur event. So what is the blur event? So when you will just type, and after the unfocus these things, means I just go out from this text box, then the blur event will call. So let's see how it's calling. So right here blur. Okay, so basic event calling things are same. So we need to specify the events which I want to get. Okay, so right here blur. So now here I am writing, that is learning points. So you can see, you can type anything, but nothing is appearing inside this console. So when you just unfocus these things, means when you just focus out from this text box, then it will print in console. So just click outside of this text box, that means it's unfocusing, that time the output is coming. Okay, so learning points YouTube channel. Okay, so it will not print anything, but when you are unfocusing these things, that time it will call. Okay, so I think you understand what is the difference between blur and key up, key down. So this is the major things we will need when we start any projects. Okay, so now see something difference, that is the mouse over event and mouse leave event. So how we can do this? So just simply write a span tag. Okay, so I am write a span tag, and inside the span I will write some styles here so that it can be displayed. So here write some inline style, that is I am providing a background color, that is background color is suppose yellow, and write something inside the span. So this is my span space. Okay, so space. Okay, so if we just go to the browser, we can see this is my span space. So right here beer, so that we can see in the new line. Okay, so you can see this is my span space. So here we actually do, so when we mouse over on the span section, it will provide a output. Okay, so very simple. So just write a new event, that is mouse over event. Okay, and we will call the same methods, that is event handling. Okay, and here we will write the text, that is mouse over. Okay, so notice one things, we need to write these things in a single environment because we are writing the method's name in double, so we need to write here a single. Okay, so now if we go to the browser and just mouse over on this span section, we can see the mouse over in the console sections. Okay, so if we just go again, then you can see the mouse over. Okay, so you can see there is 3 4 5, that is I'm mouse overing 5 times. So now here you can see the 6 times. Okay, so in this way mouse over is working. And the reverse things of mouse over, that is the mouse leave. So when we'll write the mouse leave, that means when I just go out from the span, that will work. Okay, so mouse leave. So just watch these things. First I am entering my mouse into the span section, but nothing is showing in the console, and when we will just leave from this span section, the output is appearing, that is mouse leave. So this is the first time, and now go it again. So I am entering and I am leaving, so you can see that is 2, that is the getting output for second times. Okay, so this is the basic event handling in Angular. So there are lots of things also there, so this is the main concept. I think you can use anything after seeing this video. Okay, so this is all about the event handling, and if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. We have learned about event binding and event related all things from our previous video. So now I will show you what is class binding. We will learn how to change class name conditionally, and it will further help you when you work with any other forms or any forms related application. So let's see the full video so you can understand how the class binding is actually working in Angular. The Angular class binding is basically used to add or remove class to and from the HTML element. So the class name is the property name of the HTML element. Hence, we can make use of property binding to assign the class name to any HTML element. Okay, so let's take an example so we can get it more clear. Okay, so let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here the main component is the app component. So if we go to the app component TS, we can see there is app component.html, that is the template file, and app component.css, that is the CSS file. So first we will create some styling. So we will create a class into this section. So the inside the app component CSS we will write some class. So how we can write this? So we are creating the success class. Okay, so the success class, that is the color will be green. Okay, so if this is success, then the color is green. In the same way we will create a error class. Okay, so if we will get any error, we will print the error class. Okay, so I will explain you each and everything why I am creating these things, but let's see what I am doing now. And I am creating another class, that is the underline class. Okay, so let's make the proper spelling, and underline class is text decoration is underline. Okay, so I am creating these 3 classes, and we'll use in the HTML sections, and we'll bind these things with the app component. Yes, okay, this is the TypeScript file. So this is my TypeScript file, and this is app component.html file. Okay, so first I will show how we can bind simple class, then I will go for advanced. Okay, first I will create a p tag. Okay, and inside the p tag we'll just write it, this is success message. Okay, and if you go to the browser, we can see this is success message. Here I will add a class inside the p tag to make it more better. Here we have a class that is the success. Okay, so I want to use this success class inside this p tag. So how we can do this? So let's add three property for these three classes. Okay, so write the three property first. So write success equal to the class name, that is the success, and in the same way we'll write the error equal to error. So I am creating basically the property of this class, so this is error, and for underline we will create a underline. Okay, so underline. Okay, so now we can use this property inside this app component HTML. So for using class property, we need to write class inside the third parenthesis. Okay, so write class, and we need to add a equal, and then inside the inverted comma we need to write the class property. So here I want to use the success here, so we'll write simply success. So now if you go to the browser, we can see this is success message. So now it is green. Why it is green? Because actually it's fetching the CSS property from here. So same way, if we just create another, so just copy this and paste the error class here and write this is error message, and write another, so this is underline message. Okay, and same like we will use the underline property here, so underline. So now if you go to the browser, we can see three classes and three defined styles. Okay, so up to this is simple, but now if I want to add any condition, so how we can add this? Suppose I want to set a error message. Suppose here I am creating another property, suppose has error. Okay, and by default I am setting has error is false. Okay, and I will provide a condition, that is if the error, then it will call the error class, and if this is not error, so it will not call the class. Okay, so just copy these things and here write conditional, this is conditional message. Okay, and here how to write the condition, so we have the class and then write dot error. So this is the class property, this is error. So if the class dot error, then it will print the class name for has error. So it will compare if the class error is same as has error, then it will print the output. So now the class error is has error and it is false, that means there is no error, there is no class added for this. Now if we make this true, that means the has error became the error class. Okay, now if you go to the browser, we can see it is showing the red message. So why it is red message? Because now the error is true, so it will print the error class. So this way we can add any condition class into a section. You can use these things when you are validating your forms. Okay, so this is the very important things. And now I am going to show you some different things. Suppose I want to add a multiple class on a single tag. How can we do this? So just create a p and inside the paragraph tag, so I am writing a text that is multiple class example. Okay, so I want to provide the multiple class on this p tag. Okay, so how we can do this? Very simple. Suppose I am creating another property that is multi class. Okay, and here just inside the array we will write some classes. So for success, they have a color and I want to be underline also, so it will have two class, that is success and underline. So let's use this multi-class for this p tag. So same like this, so write here class and provide the class. So this is the multi-class, so this is the property from app component .ts. Now if you go to the browser, we can see multi-class example. So we are getting the underline also, and the text is also the green, that means two classes are applied on this text. So in this way we can add multiple class. So in any situation, if we need multiple class for any single tag or element, you can add in this way, so using the array. Okay, so let's say I want to add a condition on multiple class binding. So how can we do this? So this is some advanced. So just create another thing. Suppose here write conditional multiple class. Okay, so condition with multiple class. Okay, and I want to provide the condition, and this conditional multiple class actually a property of this Angular component, and I will use these things. So I will add the condition inside this bracket. So for success we will add not this dot has error. So this is the has error. Okay, so when there is no error, it will show the success class. Otherwise, if there is error, then it will print the error. So I will use this dot has error. Okay, so basically this is the property of the class. So we need to use this class property using the this keyword. Okay, so now conditional multiple class property is ready, so we can use this. So here I will create another p tag, and I am taking any label that is conditional multiple class. Okay, and same like we will write a class property and we'll add the multi class conditional multiple class. Okay, so now if we go to the browser, we can see this is red, because if you go to the TypeScript file, we can see the has error currently true. That means there is error, so it is showing red. So if we make it false, then we can see it will become the green. That means there is no error, so it is applied the success class. Okay, so in this way we can do class binding in Angular. So we have got idea about property binding, event binding from previous video, and now we got concept of class binding. So we already discussed about event binding, property binding and class binding. So only the style binding is left. So in this video I will cover about how to do style binding in Angular. So we can set inline styles of HTML element using the style binding. Okay, so we can add styles conditionally to an element to create dynamic styling. So let's see how it's coming. So this text is coming from our main component, that is the Angular main component, that is app component. Okay, so if you go to the app component.html, we can see this text. App component.ts, this is the main TypeScript file of the app component. Suppose here I want to add a tag, that is p tag, and inside the p tag I am writing suppose normal style binding. So first we will see normally how the style binding happen, and then we will go advanced step by step. Okay, so normal style binding. So how we can do the normal style binding? So first we will check what is in the browser. So we can see the normal style binding, simple text. Now I want to add a color into it. Okay, so how we can do this? So use the style tag. So inside the third bracket we need to write the style tag, and then style dot the property. So which type of property I want to set? So I want to set the color property. So style dot color, and I will set the color is suppose blue. Okay, so in this way you need to write. So within the double inverted comma and inside the single inverted comma we are writing this blue text. Okay, so basically the blue is simple text, there's a reason we need to write in this way. Okay, so if we just go to the browser, we can see the text became blue. Okay, so this is simple style binding. Okay, now I am to create a property, and by this property we will add a style. So how we can do this? So let's create another p tag, and suppose I am writing any text, that is style binding through property. Okay, and I will create a property here. Suppose I want to create a text color property. Okay, so right here text color, and suppose the text color is green. Okay, and we will use this text color inside the app component.html, this p tag. Okay, so simply write style dot color, and we will use the property. So text color is the name of the property. So we will get the browser that is green. So we'll basically doing the same things, but here I am providing the inline style, and here we are getting this text color as a variable from app component HTML. So we are setting the text color value from the TypeScript file. Okay, so now I want to set the multiple style attribute. So let's take and another p tag. So in this p tag I want to set multiple attribute property. Okay, so how we can do this? So suppose you write multiple styling attribute, okay, through component. So we will create a component property. So now here I am writing the multi select property. So suppose here writing a new variable that is multi select. Okay, and here we will add multiple properties. So just like in this way, so I will set color is green or blue. You can add anything. Suppose in the previous we have a green, so here I am writing the blue. Okay, and I want to add another property that is text decoration. So how to write the text decoration? So just text and then caps decoration. Okay, and text decoration is, suppose I am write underline. Okay, and I want to set the font as bold. So write font weight bold. Okay, so I am selecting the three property for this multi select. So now just use this. So right here the style, and then print the property that is multi select. Now if you go to the browser, we can see the text which are blue, which are underlined, and also this is bold. So here three types of style are applying in this text. Okay, so we are getting these three things, that is blue, underline, and bold. Now the interesting thing is we can add style conditionally. So how we can do this? So let's create a condition. Suppose when the error will happen, it will show the green, otherwise it will show the red. So write a property that is has error. Okay, and here I am writing the default is true, that means the error is happen. So I'll create a new p tag, and inside the p tag we will add that is conditional style. Okay, so simply write conditional style here, and here I will write the style property that is style dot color, and we will check this with this property that is has error. Okay, so right here if has error is true, then it will show the red, otherwise it will show the green. Okay, so basically this is just like a ternary operator. Okay, so I think you know about the ternary operator. So first we need to add the condition and then the question mark, and the first things is the true, and then if not true then it will come to the false. So now if you go to the browser, we can see this is red because the has error is true. So now if we make this false, then it will go to the false condition, that means it will be green. Okay, so in this way we can use Angular style binding. So we learn about property binding, event binding, class binding from previous video, and now the style binding you can understand. So now we can understand all types of binding. So next we will learn some advanced type of binding, that is the two-way binding. So today we're going to learn about some advanced binding, that is the two-way binding. Basically we will use the two-way binding every time when we will create any Angular application. Okay, so this is small video but useful video, so please see the full video. So this text is actually coming from main component, that is the app component, and inside the app component we are getting the app component.html. so from this we are getting this output. So basically two-way binding used to pass data from component to view and view to component. So basically this is the view, that is app component.html, and this is app component.ts file, this is the main component file. So basically two-way binding helps to communicate with component and view bidirectionally. So we will pass data from app component and we will use this in HTML, and from the HTML we will pass data and we will use from app component. So that's simple. So I want to give you a simple example to understand it more better. So here I want to create a text box. So I want to use the app component.html to create any text box. Suppose I am creating a label, that is enter text, and here I am writing input type text. Okay, so this is the text box. So if you go to the browser we can see the enter text. Okay, and now I want to type something into here and it will go to the app component.ts, and from the app component main file it will print the output. So how we can do this? So here we need to introduce new things, that is the ng model. So we need to define the Angular model. So inside the third bracket, and we need to write in the first bracket we'll write ng model. Okay, and suppose the model name is text, text. So you can write your own name. Okay, so here I'm writing the text. So basically we will create a properties with the same name in the app component.ts. So mind it, we don't need to write duplicate name from any all over the application. So here I am writing the txt, so we cannot use this txt for any others model. So here the Angular model is txt. Okay, now the property is txt, so we will get the value from the HTML file and we will accept this, and we will print this value from the HTML. So we will pass this from the component file and we'll print that things from here. That's the reason we are calling this as two-way binding. So just use the h1 tag to print this. Okay, so just use inside this here. Okay, and for this first we need to use the Angular from modules. So we need to import this. So anytime when you need any modules, we need to use inside the app module.ts, that is the main module for our Angular application. So just right here, so we will import the Angular module. So write import, and inside the import just import the forms module. So here we will write forms module. Okay, and where this is the module is from the Angular forms. Okay, so just write here Angular and select this Angular forms. Okay, so now Angular forms are imported into your app module.ts and we need to use this. So how we can use this? So we need to import into the import section. Okay, so just add the comma and use your forms module. Okay, so now if we go to the browser we can see the same things, and now start typing. So here I'm writing Angular tutorial. So you can see how this is coming. We are typing this in the HTML file. This is the HTML file, and these value are getting into the app component, and after the app component we are getting this into the HTML file. So this is the two-way binding. Basically it helps to communicate with component and view bidirectionally. So this is the most important things in Angular application. So we will use every time these kind of things for dynamic application. In this video we're going to learn about one of the most important things, that is how to add a condition clause in Angular. Okay, so we'll learn about ngIf directive. So to create any dynamic application with Angular, the most useful thing is if condition. Okay, so let's see how we can use ngIf in Angular application. So here we'll give you small example to understand it clearly. Okay, so now you can see the text, that is Angular tutorial if else statement. So basically this is coming from the base component, that is the default component of your Angular application. So when you install any Angular project, then you will get inside the apps there is the app components. Okay, so this is the app component CSS file, HTML file, and it is the spec.ts file, and this is the simple ts file. So here you can see the output is from app component.html file, and the related TypeScript file, that is the app component.ts file. So this is the app component class, and we can create any property of the class and we can use this from the app component HTML. So let's go to the app component.html, and here I want to create some text. I am taking a p tag, and inside the p tag we will write something. Okay, suppose I am writing age is greater than 20. Okay, and I will add a condition on that. So if the age is 20 or not, so let's create a property in app component.ts file. Suppose I am defining the age equal to suppose 25. Okay, so now just add this condition into the app component.html. So right here the ngIf, so write in this way, so star ngIf. So if, then write the property name. So here I am declaring the property is age, so write the same spelling, that is age. So if ngIf is greater than 20, then it will display. Okay, so now if you go to the browser, we can see the age is greater than 20. So now let's check. So if I write the age is suppose 15, so what will be the output? So if you go to the browser, we cannot see any output. So we need to add a else condition also. So if the age is not greater than 20, then we need to add the else condition. Okay, so when this condition will false, we will write something else. So here we need to write a template. So basically this is the ng template. So right here ng template tag, and inside the template tag we will write the else block. So let's create a p tag. Age is not greater than 20. Okay, so if the if condition is false, then it will call. So how we call this? So here we need to write the condition. So we will write the else part here. So just write else, and we'll call the else block. Okay, so else block. So here I'm writing the else block, and what will be the else block? So basically this is the else block. So we need to write the id, that is the else block. So with the use of has, we will define the id, that is the else block. So now if you go to the browser, we can see age is not greater than 20. Okay, so let's make age is 25, then age is greater than 20. So now we can understand how the if else block are using. So here we can see this is a simple inline text. Suppose we have some codes that is more than one line, that means there are lots of code and we need to use the if else condition. So how we can do this? So there are another way to write a if else condition. Okay, so now I want to show you the another way of displaying the if else condition. So for now I am closing these things. Okay, so I am just commenting out, not deleting anything. Okay, so now here, right, suppose I am creating a div. okay, and inside the div we'll write the condition. Okay, so here I will write the same condition, that is star ngIf, and write the property name. So here is my property name, and we will provide the same condition. So if the age is greater than 20, then we write to use then. Okay, then we'll call the if block. Okay, and next we will write the else block. Okay, so here we need to write else and else block. Okay, so we need to create two ng template. So just copy from this here for else part, and we'll write the if block, that is in this way, that is if block, and write the condition age is greater than 20. Okay, so very simple. So now the age is 25, so you can see the output is age is greater than 20, and now it is changed to suppose 19 or something below 20. Suppose I am writing 18, then the output is age is not greater than 20. So we can see the same output inside this here also, and we will get the same output here also. But we can use these things for large purpose. Suppose there is lots of div, there are some images, there are some resources. So inside this ng template section we will write everything. Okay, so we can do it easily, and this is the another approach to write if else condition, nothing else. Okay, so this is if statement and else statement. So how we can write the else if statement? So suppose there are multiple if else block, then we need to write else if statement also. So how we can do this? So for this I want to create a new property. Okay, so now I am going to create a new property. Suppose the property is color, and I want to define the default value of this color property, suppose red. Okay, and we will use this color property in from app.component.html. So here we will create a ng template. So here write ng template. Okay, and in the ng template section we will write a condition in this way, that is ngIf, and we'll write the property name like this, that is color, and we will check if the color is red. Okay, so if the color is red, then it will call the red block. So here I am writing a text inside the h1 is simply red block. Okay, so in this way we will create some others. So write ng block if color is red, so we'll change the letter. So write here the green, and here also write green, and write here blue, and here also write the text, that is the blue, and we'll create a default block. So if there is not set any value for the color properties, then what happen? So we'll just use simply space here. Okay, so this is the default block. Okay, so right now the color is red, there's a reason we can see the red block. Okay, so we will change into the green. So here in the app component HTML we have a green, so we can see the green block, and in this way if we not provide any value for color, we can see the default block. So we can understand how we can write the multiple if else condition also. So this way we can use if condition and else if condition inside Angular. In our last video we have learned about the if else condition, and in this video we're going to learn about the switch case concept in Angular. So the switch case statement is an alternative to the if else statement. Okay, so we can write if condition, then we can write else if condition, and switch case doing almost the same things. Basically switch case statement test a variable against a series of values until it finds the proper match. Okay, so if found, then it executes that block. Okay, so let's take an example to make it more clear. So basically this text is coming from the main component of this Angular, that is app component.html, and app component ts is the component file. So let's create a small example to make it more clear. So before that, we need to know we have a if else condition and also we have a switch case condition. So where we will use the switch case? So the answer is use switch case every time if you have more than two conditions on a single variable. So let's take a simple example for weekdays. Okay, so their weekdays is starting from Sunday and ending to Saturday. So we know there are only 7 types of options. So in this case we will not use the if else because we know all the conditions and we will write our codes related to this condition. So let's take an example and we will learn how ngSwitch is working. So here I will create a property that is color, and I am providing the default color that is red. Okay, so with the help of this property we will create a switch case statement in the app component.html. Okay, so let's create a div. Okay, so basically this div will use the switch case. Okay, and we'll write the ngSwitch. Okay, so this is the syntax. So ngSwitch we need to write, and in this way within the third parenthesis, and we will pass the property name that is the color. Okay, and inside this div we will write some statement. Suppose I am creating a statement in the h2 tag. So write red color, and we will write the case. Okay, so basically the switch is color and we'll write the case. So right here using the asterisk, that is the star, ngSwitch case. Okay, so if the ngSwitch case is red, then it will display. Okay, so in the same way we can write another block that is different color. So right here green, and we will write green, and for blue we can write the blue here, and here write that is blue. So let's make it small. Okay, and we can write the default statement, that is when you learn about the else condition. So if nothing is true, then what happens? So write the else condition. So in the else condition we need to write the ngSwitch default. Okay, and we don't need to write any options. Okay, so this is the default color. Okay, and I want to write some styling to say it more better. So write here style, and here write color red. Okay, so for red we will write red so we can see more clear output. Okay, so just copy paste every section. Okay, and for default I am not providing any color. Okay, and the blue for blue, and for green the color will be green. That's it. Okay, so now the color is red. So if you go to the browser we can see the red color. Okay, so there is another option that is green. So if we write the green here, so now it will print these things. So green color. Okay, so now if we write something different, that is gray, so there is no condition for the gray. So now we can see the default color. Okay, that is the black color. So this is the default color. Okay, so now if you write for blue, then we can see the output in a blue color. Okay, so in this way actually switch case is working in Angular. So we have learned about the if else condition, and also we have learned about the switch case condition also. So if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. So next we're going to learn about some loop concepts. So we'll start from the basic loops, that is the for loops. In this video we're going to discuss about Angular for loop. We all know about the for loop, but how to write for loop inside Angular we need to learn. Okay, so there is a special way and a process, and there is the directives for loops. So we need to know all those things in this video. Okay, so this is a simple text and it's coming from the default component, that is the app.component, and this is the app.component.html file, and this is the related TypeScript file. So this text is coming basically from here. So we need this HTML file and TypeScript file. Okay, so first we will create a property inside the TypeScript file, that is the app.component.ts file, and we will use this from app.component.html file. Okay, so let's take, suppose here I am creating a array, that is name array. Okay, so here I will just write a simply array, and inside the array I will add some data, that is the name, suppose Jack, John, and here write David, and another suppose Ricky. So this 4 is enough. Okay, so we will print this array from app.component.html file. So if we use this name from inside the app.component.html, suppose I'm creating a C tag for this, and inside the C tag we are printing this name. This is array and I want to print these things, so we can see that is the Jack, John, David, Ricky. So basically this is printing just like a string, so I want to print these things from inside the loops. So how we can print this? Okay, so first we need to learn about the directives. So suppose here I am changing the h3, suppose it is I am writing name list, and inside the ul I will print this. So here I will take li for this, and inside the li we will write the loop, that is write star ngFor. So this is the syntax to run any for loop, and my property value is name. Okay, so just write here let the item. Okay, so in this way we need to write let the item of the property. So my property name is name. Okay, and inside the li we will just print the item. Okay, so right here in this way, so this is item. So if we just go to the browser, we can see the Jack, John, David, and Ricky. So in this way we can use the for loop inside the Angular application. So this was a simple array. So now if the array is the object array, so how we can handle these things? So here we will create another array. Suppose I am creating the users array. Okay, so inside the users array I am creating some object like this. So here I am creating name. So name is same like Jack, and also we have age. So for age is 30. So in this way we'll create some more object. So just copy and paste some, and then we'll change. So right here John, and here write David, and write Ricky. So I'm changing also the age, suppose 35, 20, and 25. So this is the object array. So now how we can print this object array from the app.component.html. Okay, so let's take another h3 tag. So here we'll write the user details. Okay, so now if you go to the browser, we can see that is the user details. So here we will print all the object array value just below the user details. So I am taking a table to print it more beautiful way. So just this is my table, and inside the table suppose there is t head, and inside the t head I am taking a tier, and inside the tier we will take the th. Okay, for th is for heading, and here we will write name, and in the same way we will take that is age. Okay, and we will create a t body. So right here t body, and inside the t body we will print the value using the loop. Okay, so just write here the tier, and here we'll print inside the td. So now we need to run the loop inside this tier, and we will print the value. So right here ngFor, and I will take that is let user of users. So here users is the property name, so in this way we need to write this way. Okay, and here we will write user, not users, user dot name, and in the same way we will print user dot age. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser and refresh this, we can see the name and age, the Jack 30, John 35, David 20, and Ricky 25. So just add a simple style here. So I am writing a very simple border, that is border equal to 1, so that we can see the more clear. Okay, so we can see the all records are printed from the object array with the help of for loop. So this is the all about for loop, and this is the most essential loop, and you need to use these things in every situation. Okay, so if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. And next we will going to learn about how to pass data from parent component to child component. So we already know about the component from our previous video. Now we'll know about some data passing things, that is the we'll pass some data from parent to child component. Okay, so that will going to be a very interesting video. In this video we'll going to show you how to pass data from parent component to child component. Okay, so this is very interesting. Now I will create a component that will be the child component, and the parent component of Angular is the app component. Okay, so inside the app component.html we can see this text. So this text are coming from parent component. So let's create a child component first. So I am creating a component that is the products component. So how we can create component? To create Angular component we need to write ng for Angular, g for generate, c for create, and the name of the component, that is products. Okay, so now enter this. So here we can see the 4 components file are created and updated, the app.module.ts. So if we just go to the browser, we can see there is a new component is created, that is products component, and all files related to this component are inside this products folder, and also in the app.module.ts these are imported. Okay, so this is imported, and here also the module, this is imported. Okay, so now this is ready. So now to use the product component, so just go to the products app component.ts. Here you can see the selector, that is app products. So just use this inside the app component.ts file. Okay, so sorry, app component.html file. So just use this tag, and we can see the app component, that is the products component, works. Okay, so now just change some text into this product component. So here write the products works. So here I am just simply writing, that is this is child component. So inside the sc tag I am writing this is child component. Okay, so don't be confused. So now this is coming from child component, that is the product component, and this is the app component.html files text. Okay, so now how to pass data from parent component to child component. So for this, now create a property inside the app component.ts file. Suppose this is my app component.ts file, and now I want to create a property. Suppose I am creating a property that is type. So here the type is, suppose I am providing value that is computer parts. Okay, so this is the type, and now I want to get these things from child component. Okay, so how we can get this? Now just go to the products component.ts, and here we can see in the import section in the Angular core there is already imported component on init. Now I want to import some things to see in the child component. So we need to write the input. Okay, so to get anything from parent component, write input. Okay, so now to get access of the input value, we need to use this inside this class. So write input in this way. As it is a function, we need to use this with a function argument, and I will create a different property with the parent component. So here is the property name type. So I am using the p type, that is the product type. Okay, so how we will get this p type? So we need to pass this p type from app component.html. So here we are accessing the app products, so we need to pass the p type from here. So how we can do pass this? So right here p type. Okay, and we will call the type. So this is the property of parent component. Okay, so this is the parent component property, and the p type we will use in the child component property. Okay, so now we can access this. So if we just go to the products.component.html file, so here we can get access of p type. So if we simply write inside, suppose I'm taking a AC tag, and if we just going to print these things, we can get access. Okay, so product type is, so we will get access of p type. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser, we can get access of this value. So just go to the browser. So the product type is computer parts. So from where the computer parts is coming? Actually this value is setting from app component.ts, that is the parent component file. Okay, so in this way we can pass any objects also. So if you write, suppose I am taking a variable that is data, and inside the data I am going to create an object, suppose name. So name is suppose keyword, the name is suppose keyboard. Okay, so I'm creating basically the items of products. So the name is keyboard, and suppose the color of keyboard is black. So right here, so basically this is the object. Okay, so we can access these things also. So we need to pass this from the app component.html. So in this way, take another, that is the property name is data. So here I am taking that is as a product item. Okay, so simply write p item. Okay, and we can get access of this thing from the products component.ts. so just go to the product component.ts and use this, that is write input, and already know this is the function, and get access of this product item. Okay, so in this way if we pass anything we will accept this, and as we are accepting these things we can use from the products component.html file. So just go to the products component.html file and we can get access. So print here like this. So inside the ul and inside the li, so we are writing the item name equal to what? So item name equal to the p type and dot object key, that is p item. So basically p item is these things. Okay, so there is name, sorry, so we need to write the name. Okay, and the same way we will print the color also. So item color equal to this color. Okay, so very easy, just clearly see this. We are passing value from app component.ts and we are getting this value from products.component.html. This is the child component HTML file. So now if you go to the browser, we can see the item name keyboard and item color black. So in this way we can pass data from parent component to child component. Okay, so this is the main concept. So very easy. Maybe for first time you will take some time to understand this, but once you are habituated of these things, you can do it easily. And another things I want to show you right now, that is, if we access this app component.html file and if we just use these things multiple times, that means we are using the app products, that is the products component, multiple time. So if we just go to the browser, we can see the repeated things. Okay, so basically we are reusing the same things again and again. So if you have array of multiple items, such like for computer parts, there is keyboard, mouse, monitor, everything. Okay, so how we can pass the array also? So just go to the .ts. So here I am creating this as an array. So in this way, so write name equal to keyboard, and in the same way we'll pasting some different things. So basically I'm making a object type array. So right here mouse also, so I'm changing, that is red, and the keyboard is black, and the monitor. Okay, so suppose monitor, the monitor is suppose pink. Okay, so anything, so just for example. And this is the array. So how we can get access of all these things? So just go to the app component.html file. So we'll not include app products every time, so we will use the looping concept, and inside the loops we will print all these things. So how we can do this? So just create a div. Okay, and inside the div we will call this app products, and we will use the for loops for this. So right here, that is ngFor, and we will call the loop. So right here let the, suppose I am taking a variable that is prod for product, and of the which, so of the data. Okay, so write all these things inside the double inverted comma or single inverted comma as your choice. And now the prod, that is for product, and we'll pass this as a p item. Okay, so we'll get a single value inside the prod, and as it is running the loop, so if we go to the browser, we can see all the records. So we can see all the records, that is keyboard, mouse, and monitor. Okay, so in this way we are getting access of all those things. So in this way we can pass data from parent component to child component, and we can use the same component using the loops. Now we understand how to reuse a component also. Okay, so this is all about the data passing from parent component to child component. So if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. So next I will going to show you the reverse things, that is we will pass data from child component to parent component. So in this video, we are going to discuss about how to pass data from child component to parent component. So last day we learned about how to pass data from parent component to child component. Today we will do the reverse things. I will pass data from child component to parent component. Okay, so how we can use this? So basically this is the parent component, that is app component, and we will create a component, that is the child component. So first create the component. So right here write ng for angular, g for generate, c for create, and name of the component, that is products. Okay, so just enter this. So we can see there is 4 files created related to the products component, and one file is updated, that is app.module.ts. So if you just go to the browser, we can see there is a new folder generated, that is products folder, and inside the products folder we have the 4 files, that is css, html, specs, and the component file, and also app.module.ts is updated. So what is the updated things? So it is just imports the product component and using this as a module. Okay, so inside the ng modules we can see the products component. Okay, so now we will create a functions in app component.ts, that is the parent component, and we will use this. Go to the app component.ts and create a function. So just write function, and suppose function name is, so don't need to write keyword of function, so directly write the function name. So here I am writing the function name, that is from parent. Okay, so as it is writing in the parent component, so writing the from parent. Okay, and here I will take some data. Okay, so this is data, and I will to print data value from the console. So right here console dot log. So initially we will print in console, and I will show you how to print in the browser also. Okay, so just for now it is I am printing from console. So now just go to the app.component.html file. So here we will use the product component first. So how we can use this? So we know inside the product component.ts file we have a selectors. Okay, so just use this from here. So just use this selector app dot app products. Okay, and this. Okay, so now if you go to the browser we can see the products works. So I'll just change the text, that is from products component.html. So just write inside the h3 tag. Okay, h3, and right here this is from child component. Okay, so just check this. So this is from child component. Okay, so now we will pass the parent function, that is the from parent function from the app component.html. Okay, so using the selector. So here write the function name. So what is the function name? That is from parent. Okay, so we'll pass this in this way from parent, and we'll get access, that is inside the child component, that is I am creating the same name. So as it is a function, we will write in this way, and we can see there is a data, so we need to take this data. So we'll pass the event, so write dollar event. Okay, so from this argument we will pass data into here. Okay, so now just go to the products component.ts file, and here we will import some things. So we will import the output. Okay, so right here output, and we will use another things, that is event emitter. So basically this is the thing to use to call a child function. Okay, so now just use this here. So right here dollar output, so in this way, and as it is a function, so right here the functions, and we will use these things, that is from app component.html, that is from parent, and use the event emitter. Okay, so right here in this way event emitter, and equal to the new event emitter. Okay, and we can pass data in this way. So here we can pass this data, so we will pass any kinds of data. So right here any. Okay, so in this way we can pass any data, and further we can see how we can restrict the data type, but for now we will pass any kinds of data. That's the reason we are writing this any. Okay, and we will write something from child function, and we will get access from the parent. Okay, so just use, that is this dot from parent dot emit is the function name, and you will pass, that is suppose I am writing here from child component. So now if you just go to the browser, we can see the from child component. Basically we are using console to print this. So inside here, so using console.log, we are printing these things. So if we just change the value, that is, suppose I am passing any objects here, we can pass. So in this way we can pass the object. Suppose here pass name equal to, suppose I'm passing the keyboard. So I'm basically creating an object, right? And here we'll pass also the another property, that is color, and color is black. So if we just go to the browser, we can see the object also. So inside the console we are getting the object, that is color and name. So in this way we can pass data from child component to parent component. So now I am going to show you a real life example. We will create a button here, and by this button click we will get the output from child component to parent component. So now just go to the products component.html file, and here create a button. So just write a button, and the name of the buttons, that is pass data to parent. Okay, and here we will create a click event. So before that, just check this button is created or not. So here you can see the button is created, though the label is not looking good, but it's okay to learn about these things. Okay, so we'll create a event. So we'll call a function, that is, I will create a click event, and here we will create a function that is for child function. Okay, so I am writing the name, that is child function, to understand it more clear. So basically this is the function name, and it will be from child component, that is products.component.ts. So here we will create a functions. So right here child function, and inside this we will create let data equal to these things, the object. I am taking this object, and we will call from inside this. So right here this dot, actually these things, this dot from parent dot emit. Okay, and as we are taking inside this data, so just paste this data here. Okay, so we don't need this right now, so I am just removing this. So now just go to the app component.html file, and we will print the value when you click on the button. So here simply write inside the sc tag, that is product details, details. Okay, so inside the will take li. So inside the li we will print all those things. So you can use the value from child component. So here we will write the product name is something, and product color is something. So we will pass this from the methods. So we will get access of these things from app component.ts. As we are passing these things from product component.ts, we are receiving these things from app component.ts. So here we will get the things. So here we will just create two properties. Suppose product name equal to, by default I am writing as blank, and product color, so same I am writing default as a blank, and we will get the value inside this data. So here we will write this dot product name equal to data dot name. So basically this name is coming from here, and we will use the color also. So spelling mistake. Okay, so this dot product color equal to data dot color. So this is the property, and this is passing from child component. Okay, so now we can get access of this product name here. So just write in the app component.html. So here write product name, and here write this product name, and we will use the product color. So just copy the product color. This is the property of parent component, and paste it here. So now if we just go to the browser, we can see the output. So initially the product name is blank and product color is also blank, so we are passing the blank as the initial value. So if we click on this button, we can see the output, that is product name keyboard and product color is blank. So if we just change the value from the child component, suppose here write mouse and color is red. So if we just go to the browser and click on this button, so we can get output. So we are setting data basically from child component and printing the output from parent component. So in this way we can pass data from child component to parent component. So this is all about the data busing, and if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. So next we're going to discuss about Angular pipes. In this video, we're going to discuss about Angular pipes. So when we discussed about Angular modules, we already said that a module is consist of some components, some pipes, some other things. So we'll discuss about that pipes. Okay. So basically, pipe used to transform any strings, currency, amounts, dates, and some other data for display. Just okay. So pipes are simply functions you can use in template expressions to accept an input value and return a transformed value. Okay, so let's see how pipe are using in Angular. So here you can see the Angular tutorial and its pipes. Okay, so basically this text is coming from the main component of Angular, that is when we are installing our Angular application, the default component we will get, that is the app component, and that text is coming from app component.html, that is the app component HTML file. Okay, so now here I will create a property in the TypeScript file, that is the app component.ts file, and we will display inside the app component.html file with the pipes. Okay, so there may have a different types of data types. First I will start from string. Suppose here I am creating a Angular property that is string type. So here I am declaring the property name is name, and here I am writing the value inside this property, that is David Greek. Okay, suppose this is the name and I want to display this name from app component.html file. So just right here, suppose here I'm taking the html tags. So inside the html tag we will just print the name. So now if we go to the browser and we can see the David Greek. So now how pipe works on this. So I want to modify the display, that is the main text, that is the app component.ts. We will not change the text here, but I want to display this text as uppercase or lowercase. Okay, so how we can do this? So in this case we need pipes. So to write pipes we need these things, and we will write uppercase. Okay, so if we just go to the browser, we can see the all text is appearing in the uppercase. So in the same way, if you write the same things and will write lowercase, then what happens? So it will display all the text in lowercase. So you can see here this is lowercase. Okay, but originally we have declared the D as capital and G as capital. So using the pipes we are modifying these things. So in the same way we can modify the number also. So I am creating a floating type number. So here I am creating amount, and suppose the amount is 36.52. okay, anything. So just use these things and we'll apply pipe on this. So how we can do this? So let's create another sc tag, and inside the sc tag just write amount first, so we can see the 36.52. Now I want to convert these things in US dollars. So how we can do this? So here, using the pipe, we will write currency, and here just use the USD. So if you write this, so you can see that is $36.52. So in the same way, if you write the value as INR, we can see the output, that is INR, that is the rupee for Indian structure. Okay, so it is for number. And now I want to use the amount is 36.52 and I am writing some text. Okay, so in this case, if we just print single amount, then what happened? So we can see the full amount here. Okay, now I want to make the number up to 2 decimal points. So how we can use this? So here we'll use the pipe and we'll format with the number, and first we'll write 2 and then point, that is 2 point and 2 2 2. Okay, 2-2, that means it will display the number from 2 position to up to 2 decimal points. Okay, so 36.53, and if you write this here 3, means from 2 position to up to 3. Okay, so you can see that is 5 to 9. Okay, now I am going to use some array. How we can use this? So suppose I want to create a new property, that is the array type property. Suppose I am creating a property item and this is array. Okay, so now I am defining some value. So here write books, pen, chair, table, whatever you want. I'm just giving you a simple example. And in this case, if I just print the output, then I am creating h3 tag. So you can use any tag, but I am writing h3 tag. Okay, so just printing the output, that is item. We can see the books, pen, chair, table. Now I want to use the slice operation. So how we can do this? So I want to slice with the index. So here I am writing slice and we'll add colon and then 1 and 2. So the 1 means is 0 1 2 3. So for 1 means here this is pen, and for 2 means this is chair. So it will slice from index 1 up to 2. Okay, so just see the array. So for index 1, that is pen, and up to 2, so 0 1 2, so it will just print the pen. And in this way, if you write 3, that means 0 1 2 3, that means it will display from 1 to 2, so pen and chair. So in this way we can use the slice operation on the array. So basically we are using all those things which are provided from Angular, but we can create our own pipes also. We will discuss in our next video how to create a custom pipes, but for now we are using the predefined pipes. So if we just use a simply object, how we can use this? So here I am creating an object, that is user object, and here I am defining, that is the key is name, and that is John, and this age suppose 20. So how we can print this? So same way, so write h3, and inside the h3 I want to use the JSON formatted data. So write user and pipe and JSON. So you can see the JSON formatted data. So in this way we can use our predefined pipes from Angular. So this is all about the Angular application, and there are lots of pipes. You can go to the Angular websites and you can see there are lots of pipes and their uses. So I am displaying here the few of these, and next day we're going to discuss about the most important things. Suppose you need to display some things else which are not declared in Angular, so how we can use this. So we will discuss about how to create your own custom pipes in Angular. Hi friends, welcome back to Angular tutorial. Sometimes you need some different things which are not predefined from the Angular, so you need to create your custom pipes. So in this video we will going to cover about how to create your custom pipes in Angular. So let's take an example. Suppose you want a square, means suppose you will provide a 4 and the output will appear as 4 square, means 60. Or suppose you are providing 5 and the result will appear as 25. So I want to calculate the square with a custom pipe. So how can we create this? So let's create a pipe first. So how to create a pipe? So just go to the terminal and write ng for Angular, g for generate, and pipe. Okay, and let's take the name of the pipe. Suppose I want to use the pipe name as square. So now let's enter this. So it will create two files for pipes, that is pipe.typescript file and its related specs, and also its updated module.ts. So if you just go to the Visual Studio Code, you can see inside the app you are getting square pipe.ts file, and also it's update the app.module.ts. So what is updated? So here this is imported the pipe and it is using inside this module. Okay, so these things are done by default from Angular. So as we are using CLI, so we don't need to manually import these things. Okay, so let's close this file, and here we need to use some things. That is, here we can see the pipe and pipe transform. So basically this is need to use any pipes, and you can see the name, that is the square which I have provided. Okay, and the class file is square and the pipe. Okay, so now let's build the logic for square. So you can see the structure is also provided here. So just for value we will accept a number, as an example 1 2 3 4 whatever, and for here we also provide a number. Okay, so in this way, and we will just want to return the square, so we'll get the number inside this value. So just write here value multiply value. So basically this is the square logic. If you multiply this number 2 times, that means it will square. Okay, so now the pipe is ready. The interesting thing is that you can create any pipes in anywhere in your application, and you can use this from anywhere from your application. Okay, so let's go to the app component.html file. That is the basically our default component file. So let's take a number into the app component.ts. So here I am creating a number, that is number equal to suppose 3, and we will print this number with a pipe. So right here number, and we'll use this pipe. The pipe name is square. Okay, so let's use this, and if you go to the browser we can see the output, that is 9. As we are providing the number is 3, that's the reason the square of number is 3 is 9. Okay, so now let's change the numbers. I am adding 4 and the square of the 4 is 16, so you can see the output 16. So in this way we can use this. Okay, so in this way we can create our custom pipes and we can use for our own purpose. And next we're going to discuss about the directive. So what is directive, how to create a custom directive. Friends, welcome back to Angular tutorial. In this video we're going to learn about directives. Basically we will learn about custom directives, means how to create custom directives for our own purpose. Okay, so directives are classes that add additional behavior to elements in Angular application. Okay, so there are lots of built-in directives we can manage from list, styles. Okay, so basically there are 3 types of directives, that is built-in directives, attribute directives, and structural directives. So what is built-in directives? So it is the directive with a template. Okay, so this is the most common directives and the most used directives. So this is called built-in directives because we are getting these directives when we install our Angular application. Okay, so next is attribute directive. So what is this? So this type of directives is responsible to change the appearance or behavior of an element and component or another directives also. So basically it's using to change the behavior or appearance of any DOM element. Okay, and the last one is a structural directives, so that change the DOM layout by adding or removing some DOM element. So it can push or it can delete any DOM element with a structural directive. So basically it will affect the structure of the DOM. That's the reason it's called structural directives. Okay, so let's create a custom directories. Basically we will use for our own purpose. Okay, suppose I want to create a directives which will hide DOM element. Okay, so generally we need this kind of things very much. Suppose I want to create a project or application and somehow I need to hide some elements. So we need to create logic and we need to create the JS, or you can use jQuery, anything, but using our custom directives we can use these things anywhere in your application and it will be very easy thing. So let's try how we can achieve this. So to create directives we need to use ng for Angular application and g for generate and directive. Okay, so to create directive we need to use this directive and the name of the directives. Suppose I want to create a hide element directive, so I want to hide the DOM element with this. Okay, so let's use this hide element, just enter this and we will get the two files, that is the directives ts file and the related spec, and we also got the updated, that is app.module.ts. so let's see what is updated. So just go to the Visual Studio Code and here you can see inside the src folder in the app we can see there is a hide element directive.ts, that is a TypeScript file, and we can see the app module.ts is also updated. So let's add something into the app component.html, that is the main component file of our Angular. Okay, so by default it will create when we create our Angular application. So Angular tutorial directives, so we are getting these things from app component.html file. So let's take some more headings. Suppose I want to use the h2 tag. Suppose I am writing suppose first heading, and in this way just write the second heading. Okay, so just write here second. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser we can see the Angular tutorial directives and first heading and second heading. So now I want to use some directives into this and we will hide the element using that directives. Okay, so for now it is not getting any changes. Now I want to add the logic into the directives. So just go to the hide element directives.ts, that is the TypeScript file. So basically we can see it is importing directives, and I want to import one more things, that is the element reference. Okay, so element ref. Okay, so now we need to use these things into our constructor. So right here, that is private, so you can use public also, but here I'm writing private property, and here write element, that is elem. I am creating short form, you can write anything, lm dot the element reference. Okay, and we will create the property. Suppose I am writing elem, that is object dot native element dot style. I want to change the style, and suppose I want to provide a color. For example, I want to show you some things. So for color I am setting the color, that is green. Okay, so now if we just apply these directives, so we can see in the green color, so the selector is app hide element. So very simple, just use this. So here I am applying this green inside the second heading, so just using these things. And if we just go to the browser we can see, sorry, there is some errors. Okay, so there is error. So we need to use not dot, we need to use the colon here, and if we just go to the browser we can see that is green. Okay, so I said you I want to hide some things, so let's use the property for hiding. So now just go to the editor and change the property. So just use here elem dot native element dot style dot display. So I will use the display, so I want to use the display is none. So if we now go to the browser and refresh this, we can see this heading will be hide because we are using these directives inside this element. Okay, so just go to the browser, so we cannot see this. So in this way, if you want to hide any element, so in this way we can hide this. So now just go to the browser, we can see only this text. So if we just add this also, so we'll get nothing. So this is all about custom directive creation and small example how to use this. So if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. In our upcoming video, we're going to learn about Angular service. In this video we're going to learn about the Angular services. Okay, so Angular service is a stateless and it provides very useful functions. So these functions can be invoked from any component of Angular like controllers, directives. So basically service helps to divide the web application into small part, okay, in different logical units which can be reused anywhere from your application. So let's create service. So just go to the terminal. For Windows users, just go to the CMD. So here I'm using the Ubuntu system, that's the reason, and I'm using the terminal. So to create any service we need to use ng for Angular, g for generate, and service. Okay, and I want to set the name of the service. So suppose the service name is users. Okay, simple. So you can see the service is created. So basically one file is service.ts, that is the TypeScript file, that is the main file, and another spec is also created. Okay, so if we just go to the browser we can see inside the src app, and we can see there is users.service.ts. So a service is created. The use of service is too much, means suppose Angular is a front-end language. Okay, so we can use any front-end type things, or we can manage any DOM elements, or many things we can do, but we cannot use database. Okay, so for this reason we need any backend language. For any PHP or Java, you can see anything. Okay, so when we just going to interact with any backend, so we need to use the APIs. So basically service is responsible for API writing. Okay, so inside the service we will write API. So we will discuss it later when we discuss about the API related tutorial. So we will provide this tutorial also, but for now the basic understanding purpose, what is service and how to use this. So here is my new service created. So now this is the TypeScript file. Suppose I want to return some data. So here we have not a backend data. So I am just creating for my own data. Suppose I am creating a JSON type data. So I am creating any function. So suppose I'm writing the get all user. So this is my function, and here I want to return something. So any records, suppose inside the array I will write something. So is the object, and inside the object I will suppose pass name equal to John. So right here one caps in proper way. Okay, and suppose the age is 32 and the email is suppose john@email.com. So this is for one simple data for an example to understanding these things. So I can create many of these things. So I am creating this. So I am creating one more and one more. So just creating the three things, or you can see there's four things. Okay, so for John, and the next is suppose David, and the age of David is 30, and right here David. In this way write the Jack. So Jack is 20 and email that is jack@gmail.com, and write here Alisa. So Alisa is 40, so write here Alisa. Okay, so there are 4 records. So we'll call these things from the app component.ts, that is the default component file. When you create any Angular application, we will get the app component. So this is my app component.ts file, that is the main TypeScript file. So to use this service, here I need to import these things first. So how we can import this? So right here import, and here we will write the service name, that is users service. So this is the class name, user service, and it is from the path. So we need to provide the path. So here we will write dot slash users dot service. Okay, so this is the path. So if we just go to C, users dot service under the app. Okay, so this is for dot slash user service. So in this way we need to write, and next things we need to use this user service. So here I will create a constructor. So right here constructor, and inside the constructor we can use any private, you can use public also. So here I'm writing any private, and after that users. So right here in this way users dot user service. Okay, so in this way you need to write, sorry, here will be not dot, it will be colon. Okay, and now I will call the service using this user. So here I will write this dot users. Okay, so here I am taking this dot all users. Okay, and I will create a property for this. So all users equal to by default array. Okay, so by default it's blank array. So this all users equal to this users dot the function name. So get all user. Okay, so you can check there is get all user, this is the function name. So we are calling in this way. Okay, and as we are getting this all users inside this app component.ts, so we can use this inside the app component.html. So just go to the app component.html. So I want to print this result from app component.html. Okay, so let's create a table to see it more clean. So there is 4 records. So I am creating table here, and inside the table there is thead and thead th. So for th there is name and age and email. Okay, so right here age and email. Okay, and here we'll write tbody, and inside the tbody we will write tier, and inside the tier we will use td. Okay, so in this way, so just use these things. So we will create a for loop for this. So right here star ngFor to execute for loop, and let suppose u of all user. Okay, so all user, this is the all user, this property I am getting from app component.html. So we will get access using this u. So right here u dot name, so this name is for this. So now age and email, so same way I write this. So write age and email. Okay, and I am giving a property that is border equal to 1. Okay, so let's, if you just go to the browser, we can see the result is printing. So this result are coming from service, so it's cool. So if we get any data inside the service, we can use in the any component. So I am using here inside the default component. You can create your own component and you can manage these data as per your own requirement. Okay, so you can understand how service is important while you knowing Angular. Okay, so when we accessing API, we will create a function inside the service and we will call to the backend function and we will return the data in same way. For now I am using the hard coded data. Okay, so this is all about service. In this video, I will going to show you how to integrate Bootstrap in your Angular application. As a front-end developer, you should know how to integrate Bootstrap in your application, and it's very easy to integrate Bootstrap inside the Angular application. So you need to run simple command and it will integrate automatically. So I will integrate first and I will show you some demo on Bootstrap integration. Okay, so to integrate, first go to the official website. So Angular Bootstrap. Okay, so if you just go to the first link, that is ngbootstrap.github.io, so you can see that is the Bootstrap widgets. Okay, so you can demo it and you can get started now, but before that we integrate the Bootstrap. So the command is ng@ngbootstrap/ngbootstrap. Okay, so just copy this and just go to the terminal and paste it. So just enter this, it will automatically integrate Bootstrap, so it will take some time. So just use we would like to proceed, that is yes. So it will install Angular in your application. Okay, so actually I am using the latest Angular version, so I will show you later. So it is installing the latest Bootstrap. So if we just check the Angular version, we are using the Angular latest version, so that is 12.0.2, and I am integrating this Bootstrap. So that's the reason it's showing the warning that using the package manager, that is npm, unable to find the compatible package. So let's see how it's working. Actually last day I updated the Angular version and along with the node version and npm version, so all are updated in my system. Okay, so let's see how it's changed in our system. So here you can see there is some files that is changed. So if you go to the Visual Studio Code, you can see there is some files changes. That is, first one is package.json. So if you go to the dependency section, we can see that is Angular Bootstrap is integrated, that is 9.1.1. and if you just go to the angular.json, inside the styles, that is integrated the Angular Bootstrap main.css. Okay, so it's cool, we don't need to write it manually, it will automatically integrate it in your application. So let's try some example. Okay, so before that we need to do one thing. So as we are installing the Bootstrap, we need to restart our server, and I am just closing my previous server and I am rerunning. So using ngServe, we need to rerun your application. Okay, so it will take some time to compile the full projects. So compiled successfully. So if we just go to the browser, we can see the Angular tutorial Bootstrap integration. So it is coming from app.component.html, that is the default component. So I will show you some example how to use Bootstrap. So just go to the site, that is the Angular site. So get started now. So I will write some component. So before started the example, we need to talk about some things. That is, my Angular version is higher than 9. That means my Angular version is 12. So here is the written, that is the installation process. You should know if your Angular version is less than 9, then it will not works. Okay, so for that we need to use some definer process. So here all the things are written over there. So as my application is latest and the version is greater than 9, that's the reason it is working. Okay, so let's see some example. So just go to the components and here you can see there is lots of things that is you can do, that is accordion, alert, button, carousel. Okay, so whatever you want to do, you can do. So I am first starting with accordion. So how to use this accordion into your application. So here is the accordion. So I am taking some more beautiful example. So that is the toggle panel. So I want to use these things. Okay, So how we can integrate? It's very simple. So all the codes are written in this website. So just go to the code and you can see there is the accordion toggle.html and accordion toggle.ts. So basically they are using the accordion toggle component, but for now I want to show in my component, that is the app component.html. You can use any component, okay? So not like that you need to use only these things. So I just copy these things that is from HTML file, and we need to write this in our HTML file, okay? And here we can see that is accordion toggle.ts. So we don't need to change anything in our ts file. So if we just go to the browser, we can see there is the accordion part is displaying in our application. So just click on the first panel, so it's working, okay, and click on second, it is also working. So where is the button? So if I just check the button section, so here we know that toggle first, toggle second, but we have not copied these things. So just use these things from here to here, and we'll also get property also, okay? So very easy and we can do it, okay? So here we can see the toggle first and the toggle second, okay? So now let's take another example. So suppose I am going to see some alerts. So how can we do this? So for alert, just copy the code. So here is the code, okay, and just write inside your HTML file, that is any component HTML file, and here for ts file. So we don't need to write anything, so just save this and just go to the browser. You can see there is the alert, okay? So in this way we can use any of this from this site, and it's very simple and it is the easy process to beautify your application. So from next I will going to discuss about some more advanced topics, that is the routing system. So we'll basically create a menu, and using the menu I want to navigate into another page, okay? So don't miss that video. So please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. In this video I will going to show you Angular routing. So routing is the very important things for Angular. So if you want to create a new project, suppose this is your project and you have some menus and you want to navigate by clicking on this menu. So how we will do this? So here routing will need to add in your application, okay? So basically router is the core part of Angular platform. It enables developers to build a single page application with multiple views, okay, and allow navigation between these views, okay? So we can understand the purpose of the route. So how to enable routes? So I will start from very beginning of this. So I will set up a new project and we'll create a menu. I will try to create a bootstrap menu so that it will more helpful to you, okay? So first create a project. So we all know that how to set up Angular application. So if you go to the first video from this tutorial series, you can see in details, but I will try to install first, okay? So let's create a Angular project. So ng for Angular, new for new, and I want to create a new project. Suppose my project name is tutorial course, okay? So let's enter this. So it will install your application into your system. So here I am creating inside the desktop, as it is not a server-side programming, so we don't need to use any server. You can create your application in any space, okay? So here it is asking, would you like to add Angular routing? So we will learn about the routing, so we will say yes. So okay, and then I will not use any // or sass, so I will use simple CSS. So just enter the CSS, so it will start installation, okay? So it is installing the packages, so it will take some time, so let's wait. So Angular application is successfully set up. So if we just going to check our Angular version, so write ng version, okay? So using this we can see the Angular version. So this is the CLI version. So I am installing the version that is 12.0.2 and the node version is 14.17.0. So now let's go to the directory. So write cd and write here tutorial course, okay, and to run the application we need to use ngServe. Okay, it will also take some time, it will just build. So for now I will check no. Okay, so it will take some time to build your application. So first time it will take basically much time, after that it will take less time. Okay, so the compile is successful and the URL is generated. So just go to the URL, so you can see the Angular homepage. Okay, and let's try to install the Bootstrap. So we'll create a Bootstrap menu and it will be more proper and it will look more beautiful and helpful also. Okay, so I'm just closing the server and trying to install the Bootstrap. So how we can install? So right here, Angular Bootstrap. So just enter this and here you can see the command to install Bootstrap. So just copy this code and paste it here. You don't need to remember everything, you can Google it when you need, but you need to know the package. So would you like to proceed? Okay, yes. Okay, so it will installing Bootstrap in your application. So installing packages. Okay, so Bootstrap is installed. So now ngServe again, so it will run your application and I want to just open the code. So I am creating a new tab for this. Okay, so just zoom in, and I will use the Visual Studio Code. So very simply we can use this code. Okay, so here you can see, your Angular application is created, and also you can see when you installed Bootstrap there are some files changed, that is Angular JSON files, app modules and polyfills.ts. okay, so I already explained about these things in our previous video. So I will focus on the routing section in this video. So now I am going to create some menu. So this is my application. So here I want to create some menu. Suppose home, codes, blog, contacts. So I will use different components and will create separate links for each other so that we can navigate by clicking on that menu. So first we'll create some components. So just how to create components. So ng for Angular, G for generate, C for component. Suppose my component name is home. Okay, so if we just enter in this section, so it will create a component for home inside the apps. So src app. Okay, so I want to make all component will be under same folder so that it will easy to find and will look very clean. So okay, I will create a folder. Suppose the folder name is components. So right here components / home. So if we just enter this, it will generate a folder inside this component. Okay, so first we'll create a component folder and inside this the home folder and there is home component. So now here you can see the components folder and inside the home there we can get. So just quick create another 2-3 components for home and then blog, and we'll create course. Okay, and another more, suppose contact. Okay, so this will be okay. Okay, so you can see the inside the components folder there are four components are created. Now just go to the app routing module.ts. so here we need to include all the components. So how we can include this? So just use the import and the class name. So here my component class name for home, the class name will be home component. Okay, so just use this home component here and write from and the particular path. So I have to set the path. So dot / components, inside the component there is home / home.component. Okay, so in this way add another 3 components. So import, and the next component is blog. You can see anything, that is the blog component. So I am just copying and pasting these things so that it will no error for spelling mistake at least. Okay, so now the path also. So components and inside the components there is blog and blog dot component. Okay, so in the same way import and the class name. So here for the class name is another, that is course. So this will be course component. Okay, so right here course component and from, and the same way dot slash components slash course slash course dot component. Okay, and the last one is contact component. So right here import contact component, contact component. Okay, and from dot slash components slash contact, sorry contact, oh, contacts, my spelling mistake. Okay, so here you can see the contact, so spelling mistake. So I am just deleting these things, just delete these things, and I will create another. Okay, so contact. Okay, so contact is created. So right here contact slash contact component. Okay, so for our added, and here in the app module.ts, here you can see all the included. So I need to remove this. Okay, so all the components are imported into the routes. So let's make route. So here inside this we will create path and the component name. Okay, so right here path colon, for home I will create a link for home. So this is the link actually, path and component equal to home component. Okay, so right in this way, and in the same way we will create path for others. So just copy paste, copy and paste. So here for another, that is block component. So the path will be blog, and for course component the path will be course, and for contact component the path will be contact. Okay, so now I want to modify fail to compile. What is the error? So error is app module.ts. so see here I removed contact component, but here also the contact component we need to remove. Okay, so this is reloaded, and now I want to modify this page and I want to set a bootstrap menu. Okay, so how you can do this? So just go to the bootstrap, get bootstrap.com and get started. Suppose I want to use a navbar, so right here navbar, and I want to choose any of the navigation. So I like this, so just copy this and use this in your project. So this page, basically this page is coming from app component.html, that is the main component of your application. So just go to the app component.html and just remove this and paste this. Okay, so now if you just go to the browser, we can see the menu is appear inside your application. So just modify this menu. So for home there is okay, so we need to navigate so we need to add the link. So how we can add the link? So just use the router link. Okay, router link, and for home the link is, you can see from router, so this is the home. Okay, so just use the home. So in this way, for just copy this and paste it here, also paste it here and create another. I don't want this disable section, so just write here course and blog and contact. Okay, so router link. So for course the link is course. For blog the link is blog, and for contact the link is contact. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser, we can see the menu. That is, you can see from the bottom left corner there is blog, course, home, but it's not navigating. So what is the problem in this? So we need to add the router outlet inside your app component.html. So at the last, after the navigation, just add a router hyphen outlet. Okay, so this tag is included. Now if we just go to the browser, you can see the contact, that is contact works, blog works, course works, and home works. So basically from where the text is coming for home. So I am closing these unnecessary files. So I want to change this text. So this is coming from home component. So just go to the home component .html file, and here change the text inside the h1. Suppose I'm taking any tag, you can add a whole HTML file also. So I'm taking h1 tag and write this is from home component, and in this way for course write this is from course component, and for blog this is from blog component, and for contact this is from contact component. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser, we can see as it is home, so this is from home component, and it is course component, and it is blog component, and it is contact component. So in this way we can do this. So here is the extra things that is for this reason. Okay, so this, so now we can understand how to use routes into your Angular application, and I also show you how to use Bootstrap and how to integrate Bootstrap menu inside your Angular application. And one more part is left about routing. I need to pass the dynamic parameter. So suppose I want to pass this something ABCD. Okay, so how we can accept using Angular? Currently it is redirecting to another page, but if I want to create any dynamic routes, how we can achieve this? In this video I will going to show you how to create dynamic routes. Okay, so last day we have showed you how to create a route, how to set up a route, and how to create links. So I already installed a Bootstrap and I created this menu in our last video. So if you don't know how to set up Bootstrap and how to create a link, please see the last video of this series, and I will provide a link inside the description box also. So that was a simple static URL. You can see here, this is simply home, blog, contacts. So if you want to create dynamic URL, means suppose we have products, so there are defined products. Now I am going to create a dynamic link. So we will pass the product and it will display only that product. But for this we will just create a simple one route. So let's create a product component, and I will step by step will show you how to create a dynamic links. So for now I will create a component for products. Okay, so first of all, this is my Visual Studio Code, and I will create a component inside this app and inside this components folder. Okay, so I want to see all the components inside the same folders, so I will create component inside this. So let's create a component. So to create a component, ng for Angular, g for generate, c for component, and I want to create component inside this. So right here components, and after that the name of the component, that is product. Okay, so product. So just enter this. So it will create a product component inside this components folder. So here you can see inside the components folder there is product component. Okay, so now here if we just want to use the routing inside this product, we need to register this product component inside the app routing.module.ts. Okay, so how we can register this? So just here we'll import the component name. So here my component name, that is the class name, that is product component. Here just write this way, from the path. Okay, so right here components slash product slash product component. Okay, we don't need to write any extension, we will just write the component file, and we need to use this product component from inside the routes so that we can create a link. So suppose here I will create a link. So here in the same way write path for product slash I want to pass the dynamic content here. So here we'll write the name, and whole thing will under the inverted comma and the component name, that is product component. Okay, so this will be the dynamic things. Okay, so now we need to accept these things from the product component. So simply just go to the product component.ts file, and here we will import one things. I want to activate the routes, so write import, and here we'll use activated route. Okay, and it will come from Angular router. Okay, so right here from @Angular router. So this is okay, and we need to use these things from the constructor. Okay, here I will create any private variable. So first of all we need to accept this name, so I will set the property as a name, and by default it is blank. So I will create a private variable, that is private and route colon activated route. So this is the activated route, so write it here. So activated route is included into the constructor, so when this component will load, it will get the value inside this route. So inside the ng on init we need to use the property, that is product component property, the name. So just write this dot name. Actually I want to print the name from product component.html file. Okay, so to print the name we need to pass this property into the component file. So this dot name equal to this dot route dot snapshot dot params. So I want to use the parameters, so right here params, and the name. So this name always should be same as this, so it will accept these things. Okay, so as we are getting the property name inside this product component.ts, simply we can use this from the product component.html file. Okay, so here I simply first write h1, this is from product component, and as we are getting this property, so we can print this property. So just create another h3 tag and write product name, that is the name. So right here name. Okay, so now if we just go to this link, suppose product slash something, so for right now computer, so just enter this. You can see this is from product component and product name is computer. So this is the colon name, it is coming dynamic. So if we change this, suppose I am writing the mobile, so it will come mobile. So right here TV, so it will appear as TV. Okay, so you can provide any name. So basically this is the dynamic routing. Okay, I think you have got idea about dynamic routing creation. So please comment if you have any queries about this video, and next I will discuss about the module based route. Okay, suppose in our project there is user admin, so we will create all links separately. So while we are going to load admin, we will not use the user routes and these related things. So it will basically give you more clean code and enhance your project speed. In this video, we're going to discuss about the module specific routing. Last we have discussed about the routing concept and how to create link. Today we're going to learn about the module specific routing. Okay, so what is module specific routing and why do we need this? Okay, so actually routing module is a routing file. Suppose we are going to create a large application. There may have many links and many things. So using routing module we can make routing modular wise. Okay, so let's say suppose in an application you have two types of users. One is normal user and one is the admin type user. Okay, so their access will be different. So we will create routing modular wise. So all the user route will be in a one place, that is inside the user routes, and all the admin related routes will be in the admin routes. Okay, so that at a glance we can found all the routes and it will be more clean and your application performance will improve, because every time we are not loading the all the routes. So when we need admin related things, we will just load the admin routes, and when we need the user related routes, we need just user routes. Okay, so let's see how it actually works. So we already learned about the basic routing things. So if we just go to the src inside the apps, we will get app routing module.ts. So basically this is our main routing file. Means all over the project, if you want to use any specific link or if you want to create routes, you can use this. Okay, but we will create different types of component, we will create different types of module, and inside the specific module we will create specific module. Okay, so inside this we can just set the path and the component name. So in this way we can create. Okay, but here we will create the routes modular wise. Okay, so let's create one module first. Okay, so to create a module, just go to the terminal and ngFor angular, g4 generate, m for module, and we will create a user module first and we will use the routing. Okay, so if you want to create routing along with the module creation, so we can use ---- routing. Okay, so just enter this. So you can see the two files created, that is user routing module and the user module.ts, that is the TypeScript file. Okay, so just go to the Visual Studio Code and you can see there is a user module, and inside this we are getting the user routing.module.ts. Okay, so if we just go to the app routing module.ts and if you check user routing.module.ts, the main difference, this is actually the root route. Okay, so this is, you can see the main difference is it is for roots and this is for child. Okay, now I will create some component inside this user module. Suppose I want to create some things, that is I want to get the menu like home, course, blog, etc. You can have any kinds of menu inside your application. Suppose I want to create some components for this. So to create component, so I will create, that is ng for angular, g for generate, c for component, and I will create component inside this user directory. So we will use user slash, suppose my component name is home. Okay, so in this way we will create some others component also, suppose blog, and I will create suppose course. So we are creating three components, and if we just go to the Visual Studio Code, you can see inside the user we are getting these three components. So there have the component file. Okay, so now if you just go to the blog component.html, you can see the blog works. So I am writing this is from blog component. Okay, sorry, it will be this, and I'll just copy this and we'll change the others two components. So course.component.html, and here we'll write the course. Okay, and same way in the home.component.html we will write the home. Okay, so all the HTML file changed. Now register this component inside the module routes. Okay, now just go to the user routing module.ts and we'll import the component. Okay, so I will just delete these things, not delete, I am just closing these things. Okay, we don't need this for now. So I am going to open the component file, that is home component.ts. so this is the component name. So I want to register into this routing, and here write from and write dot slash home, and inside the home, that is home component. Okay, so in the same way, just import the block component. So here first write from slash blog slash block component. Okay, so now it will get suggestion about the block component, so write block component. Okay, and here write import and from dot slash the course component. Okay, and now course component. Okay, so all the three components are registered into the user routing module.ts. so now I am going to create links for this. So just use this. Suppose I am creating a path. So for path, so if we just going to click this home link, it will use the component, the name of the component is home component. In this way, just copy these things and paste again and paste it again. Okay, so I will create link for blog and the course. Okay, so the component will be the block component, and here it will be course component. Okay, so we are creating basically three routes. So now just go to the app component .html file. So this is the app component HTML file. Here I am going to create a menu. Okay, so how we can create a menu? So just use the Bootstrap menu. So just go to the Google and here write Bootstrap, and there is a getbootstrap.com and get started. Suppose I want to use a navbar. Okay, so here the navbar is, suppose I want to use this navbar, so this. Okay, so just copy this and paste it here. So we'll create, so we'll set path for this. So for home we'll use the router link. So right here router link. So here the router link is home. Okay, so in this way just use this router link. So router link is here, suppose blog, and I want to change the label, that is blog, and it is course. Okay, so for course the link is course. Okay, so right here first router link equal to course. Okay, so all are set. So now if we just go to the browser, we can see the menu. So here we can see our menu is created, that is home, blog and course. But now if we just click on this, it will not work. Okay, so we need to use the router outlet. Okay, so right here outlet. Okay, so now it is registered the router section, but still if you check it will not work. Why it is not working? Because we are creating the component from the user module, but we have not registered the user module inside this app module.ts. so just go to the app module.ts, and here we need to import the user module, then we can access the user module things. So right here import and write from dot slash user, and we'll write user module.ts. okay, so we don't need to use .ts, so here we'll include, that is user module. Okay, and in the import section we need to include the module name. So right here user module. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser, we can see this menu and click on the block. So it is coming from, this is from block component, this is from course component, and this is from home component. So it is for user menu. If we just want to create a separate menu, that is, suppose I want to create the create block section or manage comment section or create course section inside the admin menu, then we will create separate module for this, and we will create separate routing also for this. Okay, so when we will load the user related things, it will not load all the routes at a time, it will just load the user modules and its routes. Okay, so this is a great features. Okay, so this tutorial will help you very much when you are going to set up a large project. Actually, if you use a module specific router, it will be very easy to manage and can maintain a good coding structure, and the most important thing is it will be increase the project performance. So if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. In this video we will going to learn about how to group your routing URL. Okay, so last day we are discussed about the module specific routing system. So we have created a module, and here we can see this is the user module, and inside the user module there is a blog, course, home. There is 3 separate components, and we used the user routing module.ts. So this is the module specific routing. So this is the user module, and this route is for user module, and we have created the link, that is home blog course, which we can see inside this. So home blog course. Okay, so suppose I want to create another module, that is the admin module. So I will create separate module for admin, and will create separate component for admin also. Suppose there is also a block component and there is also a course component. So how we can distinguish these two things? So in this video we will discuss about these things. So there is another feature in Angular routing. So there is a grouping concept. So let's see how we can use this. So first I will create another module with routing. So there is a user module, and just go to the terminal and we'll create another module. To create another module, that's g for generate, m for module. Suppose I want to create the module name as admin, and I want to generate also the routing also. So right here routing. Okay, so if you just enter this, it will generate 2 files, that is the module ts file and the app routing module.ts file. So just go and see in the Visual Studio Code, so you can see these 2 files. Okay, so this is app routing module.ts and this is the admin module.ts. Okay, now let's create 2 common components. So inside the user there is a blog course component, and I want to create the same names, that is blog and course. Let's see how to avoid confliction. Okay, so just go to the terminal again and create some component, that is ng for Angular, g for generate, c for component. Here I am creating a component, suppose blog. Okay, and I want to create a component inside the admin. So the blog component will create under this admin folder. So write in this way, and let's enter this. So it will create a block component, and I will create a course component. Okay, so let's enter this. So it will generate 2 files. So now just register these 2 components inside the admin routing module.ts. So this is the admin routing module.ts, and we will register these 2 components, that is blog and course. Suppose the block component is the class name block component, and here we will write, that is import, and component name is block component, and this is from dot slash blog slash block component. Okay, and to import another component, that is the course component. So right here, that is from slash dot course slash course component. Okay, so just include the component name, so right here course component. Okay, so two components are created. Now I just want to create a path for this, so I want to create a route. So write path equal to suppose blog for blog component, and we'll use this component, that is block component. In the same way, just create another. Okay, so write path and right here, that is course. Okay, and we'll use the course component. Okay, so all are set, and we need to register these modules, that is the admin modules, inside the app module.ts. so just open the app module.ts file and we'll register, that is import and from dot slash, I will register the admin and admin module. Okay, so here we'll write admin module and we'll use this inside the imports. Okay, so all are set. Now I want to go inside the app component.html file because we want to write something inside this here. So how we can do this? So just simply create another navigation and paste it here, but this time we will not use the home. Actually we are not creating a home for admin. Okay, so I am separating in this way. Suppose I am creating here hr and write admin menu, and the above is suppose the user menu. Okay, so now just go to the browser, we can see the two menu, that is user menu and this is admin menu. Okay, so now if we just click on the block, we can see this is from block component. Okay, and if you click on this block, still it's showing the block component, and if we just click on course, this is from course component. But from where this is coming? So actually this is coming from user modules because we have not changed text for admin module. Okay, so just go to the admin modules block component and write some text. So I am writing, suppose here h1 admin blog component. Okay, so in this way we will change the code section and we will write the course admin course component. Okay, but we can see we are not getting any output from course component because these are confused thing. So here if you just check in the user routing and admin routing, both have blog and course link, and inside the user that is also blog and course link. So this is the conflict. We are going to overcome these things. So how we can use this? So we need to group the path. So how we can write this? So just go to the admin routing and here write, that is inside the second bracket we will write the path and we will provide the prefix, that is admin. Means whenever we want to get any link, it will come from admin, and then we'll create the children. Okay, so right here children colon, and after that we will write the path. Okay, so here just in this way. Okay, so it is specified, that is after admin then slash block, and after admin then slash course. So in this way just write in the user module also. So this is the user module and here we'll write the user. Sorry, we have deleted the home path also, so there is no conflict in home. Okay, so home is only for the user component, sorry, user modules. Okay, so now just go to the app component.html file. Okay, and here also write the path proper way. So this is the user menu So we'll write here for home, here write user slash, and for blog we'll write user slash, and for course we'll write user slash. In the same way for admin we'll write admin, and we'll write here admin. Okay, so now just go to the browser. We can see, if we just click on the home, we can see that is the user home. It is coming from the home component, and the blog, it is coming from blog component. And if we just click on the admin menu blog component, so this is the admin blog component and admin course component. Okay, so in this way we can manage a large project and large link, and we can avoid the confliction between two links. So it's all about the group routing. So if you see my all 3 tutorials about routing, I think you can manage a large project routing part. Okay, and still if you have any kind of queries about routing, you can comment in the below comment section. And the last thing I want to show you, suppose you hit any wrong URL, then what happened? It should say some error message or a proper 404 page. So next I will going to show you how to create a custom 404 page, or you can say how to call a 404 page when the URL is not exist in your Angular project. In this video we will going to learn about how to create a custom 404 page in your application. So from our previous video we got concept of routing, how to create a route modular wise, how to create a group wise, and how to send parameter. In this video we're going to show you how to use custom 404 page when the URL is not exist in your application. So if you just go to the app component.html, so this is the main component file of our application. So here you can see we have created this link using the Bootstrap. So here you can see the home, blog, course, these 3 links, and we can see inside this. So here if you just click on the home, it is working, that home works. If you click on the blog, this is calling blog works. Okay, in the same way course for course works. Basically this text is coming from their particular component. So if we just go to one single example, so just go to the home component.html. so these are coming from homeworks. Okay, means when you click on the home component, means home URL, then it's coming. Suppose I want to create another URL like this. So here we don't have the contact us, or you can say the portfolio. So here write portfolio, or you can write here contact us. Okay, so and the URL is, that is contact, or you can say anything for portfolio, the portfolio section. And you can see all the routes are registered into the app routing.module.ts. so here you can see the components are included and it's using, and the home, blog and course link are present in this route. So if we just click on the portfolio or contact us, we are calling the different routes, but these routes are not exist in our application. So that time we need the custom 404 page. So if we just go to the browser, you can click on the portfolio, so nothing happens. So user needs to see something, that is there is any problem or error or anything. So I want to see something when the link is actually not present. So if you just inspect this element in the console section, just go here, and if we click on the blog, that is no error, course, that is no error. But if you go to the portfolio, you can see there is an error, but these error are not getting from any user. So in this section we will call the custom 404 page. Okay, so let's create another component. So I want to create a component and I want to show the output from that component. So now I want to create a component, that is the not found. So ng for Angular, g for generate, c for component, and my component name is not found. Okay, so write in this way. and I want to create the component inside this component folder. So I want all the components should be under this components folder. So just write components, sorry, spelling mistake. Okay, so now enter this. So basically it will create a component under this components folder. So this is the not found page. Okay, and you can see a module.ts is also updated. So just open the not found component, and if you just go to the app module.ts, that is your component is included and it's using inside the declaration section. So we not need to change anything in the app module.ts. So here we can see the not found page, and I want to call this component when the 404 error is occur, means when the URL is not present, that component will works. Okay, so just go to the not found component.html, and here write inside the h1 tag, suppose here write 404 error, and inside the h2 tag just write page not found. Okay, so this will display when the error is occur, means when the page will not found. So now call this, how we can call this? So just go to the app routing module.ts, and we need to use the wildcard routing. So what is the wildcard routing? So we will set a pattern, that is I will set a path. So if that is star star, that means, and when the URL will not found, then the star star will call, and along with this it will call the component, that is app found component. Before that we need to use this component. So right here import, and here write the name. So right here from, and here slash components slash the full path, actually the not found slash not found component, and inside this we will write the class name. So right here not found component, and just include in here. So write the component. Okay, so now if we just go to the app component.html file, we can see we have no portfolio and contact link. But if we just go to this section, so here home works, blog works, and if we just go to the portfolio section, it will show the 404 error, page not found, and same way the for contact us also. So these links are not present in your application. So you can design for your own, but I am showing how to do it. So I think it's helpful to you to integrate your custom 404 page. So if you want to design anything, you can write in the HTML file, that is the component HTML file. So if you write anything, it will display in this section. Okay, so that's it. So if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. Next day we're going to start the API section. So how to get data through API, how to view inside the listing. So then we will come to the from section and other topics. Okay, so in this video we're going to learn about how to call API from Angular. So last day we have used the Bootstrap and we have completed the routing section. So I think we all know what is the routing. So if you don't know, you can see from my previous video, and I will provide the link in the description section. So today we're going to start a new things, that is the main purpose of Angular, how to call API using Angular. Actually, while we call API, we call API along with the service. So first we need to create the service, and from the service we'll get data, and then we'll import that data from any of the component so when you want. So let's create a service first, and from there we'll call the API. Okay, so just go to the terminal and create a service. So to create a service, we will write ng for Angular, g for generate, and service, and I will provide the service name, that is post data. Okay, so you can write in this way. So if we just click on this, we can see a service file is created inside the app. So if we just go to the browser, we can see inside the src app will get the post service.ts. okay, so from here we'll call the API. First of all, we need to learn why we need API. Listen, Angular is basically a front-end framework and it cannot directly interact with the database. So we need some medium to get data. So API is the medium. Okay, we need some backend. From there, backend will provide service and we'll call that service from the Angular service. Okay, right now we have no backend data, but there are some place where we can get the sample data. So just go to the Google and write here JSON placeholder. Okay, so we can use some links from here to test API, or we are getting some records from this site. Okay, so just go to one link. So here we can see this is the JSON placeholder. Okay, and this is some 100 post. Okay, so just click on this. So here we can see there is about 100 records. So 0 to 19 there is about 100 records is present. So now I am trying to access this record from Angular. So this is my service. So to call any HTTP data, we need to import the HTTP client first. Okay, so write import and we'll call the HTTP client from @Angular slash common, sorry, spelling mistake, Angular slash common slash the HTTP. Okay, so we'll use this, and the name of the class is HTTP client. Okay, so just use this, and we need to pass this from the constructor. Okay, so let's create a private and create HTTP and HTTP client. Okay, so we will use this HTTP client from this HTTP. Okay, so now I will create a methods, or you can say we'll create a functions. So we'll call that function, and from that function we'll call the API. So for now here we'll call these URLs. Okay, so just create a function. So this is all about the post data. So I am creating a function that is get post data. Okay, so this is my function, and we need to call the URL. So let's take an URL equal to the URL, this URL. Okay, so write in inside this, and we will return the result. So write here return this dot http dot get. Basically this is the method. So if we are requesting any post type, then you need to write post, and here I will use the get, because when you click on the URL we can get access of these things. The reason is that this is the get request. Okay, so write here get, and we'll pass the URL. Okay, so write here URL. So all are done. So now to use any HTTP client request, we need to go to the app module.ts, and here we need to import the HTTP client. So just go to the import section. So here I will import, and we'll write the HTTP client module. Okay, so basically this is from @Angular slash common slash HTTP. Okay, and the name of the module is HTTP client module. Okay, so HTTP client module, and we need to use this inside the imports. So this is my imports array, and here just provide these things. So our service is ready and our module section is also ready. So let's go to the app component.ts file. So I am closing this, we not need this right now, so I am closing that, and we just go to the app component.ts. So here we'll use the service. So use this service, we need to import first. So write import and which we will import. So from dot slash post data service. Okay, and here write the class name. So the class name is post data service, right? And we will create a constructor function. So when it will call the service. So right here private and write post and the class name, that is post data service, and inside this constructor we will call the service method. So how to call? So this dot post dot the method's name. So here is my method's name, that is get post data. So right here get post data. Okay, and this is a function, so we need to write it in this way, and let's write subscribe. Okay, and inside the subscribe we will call this. Okay, so right here data, and inside the data we will first console these things. So right here console dot log, and we will get the data inside here. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser, so we can see the records in the console. Just to refresh this, we can see there is 100 records we are getting from this URL. So now we can understand how to call the HTTP client. So this is now in console. So how to print that data inside your Angular application? So to get in the console, what we have did, actually we create a service. So this is my post data service, and from the service we are calling the HTTP client, and using HTTP client we are calling this URL. Okay, so using the HTTP we are calling the get method and passing the URL through this. Okay, and we are getting this output from the app component .ts, that is the TypeScript file. So if we just go to there, you can see we are using this service and we are calling this service through here, and I am printing this console log. Now in this video I am going to print this data, that is the API data, into here. So how we can print this? So if we just go to the Visual Studio Code, we can see these actually are coming from app component.html file. So just go to the app component.html file. So here we will print the result. So this is my app component.ts file, and here I am getting the data and we are printing into the console log. Now I am going to create a property and I will pass that property to this HTML file. So now create a property. So suppose my property name is all post. So write all post, and there may have any kinds of data into the application. So write here any, and this will take as a array. So here you can see this is the array, and basically this actually coming as a object, but I am using any here so that any value we can manage. Okay, and now we'll use this post inside the constructor. So write this dot variable, that is the all post, is the property, equal to the data. Simply whatever we are getting we will pass this all post. Now if we just go to the app component HTML, we can access this data. So right now I will create a table. So right here a table, and before that I want to write some HT tag, that is post list. Okay, simple. I am just showing this how to do it. You can design as per your own, but here I am taking a table, that is border, suppose 1, simple style. Okay, and now inside the table we'll just create the table heading. So right inside the tier we'll create th, and we'll get 3 types of data, that is from id, title and body. Okay, so we'll write id, this is the first column, and we will copy the same for title and body. So right here title and body. Okay, now we will print this. So write tier, and inside the tier we will write td. Okay, so there will be 3 td for 3 table heading. Okay, and we are getting there are hundreds of record, so we need to use the loop. So my property is all post. Okay, so now create a loop. So how to create a loop? We need to use the ngFor directives. So star ngFor let item of the variable, the property name, that is the all post, and here we'll get all the value inside this item. So right here item dot id. So basically this id is this id, and we will print as well as title and body. So just copy title and body. So right here title and body. Okay, so simple. So now go to the browser and check. So here you can see there is post data and all are getting. Okay, so here actually we are using the app component.html file. So the problem is, if we go to the home, we can see the post list. If you go to the blog, we can see same post list, and if you go to the course, we can get same post list. You will never want all the time the post list to appear in every page. So what we'll need to do, so we don't need to write inside the app component.html file, because we will create separate component for separate purpose. Suppose I'm going to list these things, so we are using the post list. After that, if we want to edit or delete or something, we will add the specific component. So next we will going to create a post link here. So inside the menu we will get a post, and after that when you click on that post only, this time it will print. Okay, so we are discussing about how to get API access from your Angular. So last day we have created the list. So basically this list is coming from a JSON placeholder. We can get some demo data, and we are getting access of this data from our Angular application through the API. So for this we have created a service. So this is my post data service, and we will call this service to get the data. Okay, so last day we have created this listing, but the problem was when we click on the home, we can see the post list. When we click on the blog, we can see the same post list, and if you click on the course also you can see this post list. So I don't want to see post list every time, I want to make it component wise. So how we can do this? So let's create a component. So here I will create a new menu, that is the post. So when you click on that menu, that time only this will work. So let's create a post component. So just go to the terminal and create ng for Angular, g for generate, c for component, and my component name is posts. Okay, and I want to see all my component inside this components folder. So just write components before the component name. So components, okay, slash post. Okay, so it will create under this component folder. So just go to the components, and here we can see a new component, that is post, is created. Okay, so now just go to the post component.ts file, and here we can see the post component.html file. Okay, so here we will create the post list. So h1 slash h1. Okay, so inside the h1 tag we will write the post list. Okay, and we will create a table, and before that we need to call the service. So my service name is post data. So just import this service. So import the service name is post data service, post data service, and it will from the path. So what is the path? So inside the src slash app slash the service name, that is post data service. Okay, so just use this, and we have to use these things from the constructor. Okay, so let's create a private variable. So create a private, this is the private property you can say also. So we will use inside this constructor only. So private, and create post colon the service name, that is post data service, and we will create a property that is all post. Okay, and we will write here any, so any kind of data we can accept, and this is just like array because we are getting hundreds of data inside this. So if we check in the browser, so inspect element this, we can see in the console section they are getting hundreds of records. So we need to specify as an array, and inside this constructor we will write this, the property, that is a private property post dot the method name get post data. So this is the method name from the service get post data. Okay, and we will call this dot subscribe. Okay, and inside the subscribe we will get, so right here data arrow, and inside this we will just create this dot the current property all post equal to data. Okay, now we can get access of all data from post service get post data, and we can get access the all post variable from the post component. Okay, so we don't want to see from every page, so we just removing these things from app component dot HTML file. So just remove these things, and we will remove these things from the app component ts also. So we don't want to see all these things, so it will not repeat. So just remove this all post from here also, and we will create a post link. So in the app component html, just like course, we are creating a post link. So here write post and write posts. Okay, so I am adding the s here, and if we just go to the browser we can see the new menu, but it will not work now. We are not using any routes, so first add this inside the routes. So here my routes name is app routing module, and create a path, that is path equal to posts, and we need to call the component name. So write component, and component name is post component. So just import these things. So just write import, and it will from dot slash components slash post slash the post component. Okay, and here just include the module, that is post component, and just use this here. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser, there is some mistake. So if we just check this, so there is a comma expected in the app routing module. So just go and see. Sorry, we have not taken inside here, so we need to write inside this parenthesis. So right here. So now just go to the browser, we can see the post list. So this is coming from post list dot component dot html file. So I am closing the app routing now, and app component and app component ts. So this is my post component dot html file, and here I will create a table, and suppose table border equal to 1, and we will add the tier, and inside the tier we'll have a td, will id. So right here th for heading, it will be looks better, and for body and title, so write title and body. Okay, and we will create another tier for the data, and this time it will use the td. So right now I will copy this 3 times and we will get these hundreds of records. So now we need to use the loop. So right here ngFor, so write ngFor directives equal to the item. So first use the let item of the property, that is the all post property. So all post, and you can get access of all property from this item. So right here item dot id, and in the same way item dot body and item dot title. So basically we will get from body and title. So write title and body. Okay, so now just go to the browser, we can see the post. Okay, so all post we are getting, and if we just click on the course we are not getting. So every page we are not getting the post list. So here we will add the course list, here we will add the block list. So for now this is post list. Okay, so now we can understand how to call API and how to use service, and from service how to get access data from the component. So now we can render this post list. So we got some idea about Angular. So we have not discussed about the forms yet. So now I am going to introduce the form section. Suppose we are going to create any projects, there may have a registration process, login process, or you may collect any data as an input. All are coming through the forms. Okay, so to develop any application, this is the basic part. I will show you everything from beginner level. So now we need to know what are the types of Angular forms. So we can see there is two types of forms, that is reactive forms and template driven forms. Okay, so what is the difference between these? So basically both works looks like same, but there is different way to handle the request, there is a different way to handle the validation. So there is some difference we will discuss later when you go into deep. But the things I can say you now, if I say in detail, we can say in reactive form all the handles and validation are managing from the ts file, that is all the things are managing from TypeScript file, that is for reactive forms. And if you go to template driven forms, it is basically handles all type of request or handling any validation or anything. These are processed from the HTML file, that is component.html file. Okay, so we'll know more when we go in deep in our upcoming video. So now we need to know what is the basic workflow of the forms. So first we will create forms, and from that it will collect data and process that from into the ts file, that is the Angular TypeScript file. Okay, so first forms and then the data and all the things is coming into the TypeScript file. Okay, and from the TypeScript file it will call the service. I am going to show you how to save the data into the database. Angular is the front-end framework and it cannot connect any database. So from the TypeScript file it will call the service, and what the service will do, service have the API handling process, and from the service it will send the data to the server, and then server will store the data. So further we will need this data, service will send another API request to fetch the data, then server will send and it will handle to the TypeScript file and move to the forms, or you can say in the listing page. Please comment in a below comment section. Next we will create a reactive forms or any template driven forms, and we will show you all things practically. So in this video we will going to learn about how to create reactive forms and how to get the value from forms to the TypeScript file. So basically reactive forms provide a module driven approach to handling from inputs whose value change over time. Okay, so let's create a reactive form. So first we need to use the reactive forms module. So just go to the code section, and here you can see there is the app module.ts. here we need to first include the reactive forms module. So just include here, that is import the reactive forms module from the Angular /forms. Okay, and from there we need to select the reactive forms module. So reactive forms module. Okay, so these are imported, and now we need to use from the import section. So just use this. So reactive forms modules are imported from app module.ts. So let's create a from into the app component.html file. Okay, so here you can see this Angular tutorial reactive form concept. Basically this text is coming from app component.html file, and here I want to create a reactive forms. So to create, suppose write from, and inside the forms we will create two input type field, that is input type equal to, I want to use the email, so I'll write the email type, and name, that is I am writing the same, that is email, and you can use placeholder, so please provide email. Okay, and I'm adding the beer, and next we will create another input type field, that is input type, and I will use email and password, so I can write password here, and name equal to password, and placeholder please provide password. Okay, so it will not log in actually, but I am trying to show you how this reactive forms works. And now the final things, that is we need a button to submit, so write button type equal to submit, and here the label also I am writing here submit. Okay, now if we just go to the browser, we can see the one form is created. So let's use another beer so that we can see the space between the fields. Okay, so here we can see the please provide email and please provide password. Okay, so if you just click on the submit, it will nothing happen. So we need to use the TypeScript file to control the forms. So very simple, so just go to the app component.ts file, and here we will use the from control. So to control the forms we need to use import from control, and it also is coming from the Angular forms. So write Angular and forms. Okay, and here we need forms control. Okay, so write here from control, and we need to group the forms. So here my from is this from, so here I will provide the from group name, so we need to use the from group also. So write from group. Okay, and we'll use this from group from here, so just write the from group. So here the if will be the small, and I am creating the name of the from group. Suppose this is the email password, so I am writing here that is as a login from. Okay, and we need to use this login from the app component, so just copy this, and here we will use this. So basically this is the login from, and we will create new from group, so that is new from group. Okay, and inside the from group we will assign the from elements, that is the input type elements. So we need to use this email, that is the name, and the password. Okay, so write this here, so email, and write new from control. Okay, and just write in this way. For now I am taking this as a blank. Same way we have a password, so write here new, and same, that is from control, and initially I am taking as a blank. Okay, so we have a two fields, that is email and password we are assigning here. Now we just go to the browser and click on the submit. So before that we need to create a action to submit. So right here the submit, so just go to the HTML and write ng submit. Okay, so ng submit, and we need to write in this way inside this parenthesis, and if we click on the submit button it will call a function. Suppose I am writing the function name, that is get data. So you can understand, if you click on this submit button it will call the get data. So there will be a function inside the TypeScript file, the name is same as the get data. So just to define the functions, and here we will accept the value from this element. Okay, so now if we just click on this, so click on the console and click on submit, it will not getting any value from the TypeScript file. So we need to print this. So I are getting the value, I am printing in console. So console dot log, and we are getting the value from where, this and the login from. Okay, so the from group name is login from, so we'll get the value from login from. So this dot login from dot value. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser and suppose I am typing in an email, that is test@test.com, and suppose I am providing a password that is 123456, and click on submit. So we are not getting the value. So why we are not getting the value? We are creating the from control, but we have not defined the from control name. So we need to define the from control name. So right here in the email section, in the input section, so write from control name. Okay, so name n will be caps, and I am taking the same name, that is email, and just copy this and write here password. Right, so now if we just go to the browser, we can see the from control name is binding, and we are getting from the from control, and here is my from group name, that is the login from. So we are getting the value from login from the from control, that is email and password, and we are getting the output from login from dot value. So now if we just go to the browser, we can get the output. So write test@test.com, and the password is 123456. So just click on submit. So here we are getting the value, that is email and password. Now we can send this value to anywhere if you want. If you want to send to the server, you can send to the server through the service. Okay, so we can process in our own way, but now we can understand how to create a reactive form and how to pass the value from reactive forms to the TypeScript form. Okay, now the question is, if I enter any blank and click on submit, then it's coming as a blank. So what will be the solution? So I don't want to send any blank data to the TypeScript file. So now I want to use the validation. So how to use the validation? So we have a validator models to validate. So very simple. So just go to the app component.ts, and inside the Angular forms we have also the validator class. So write validators. Okay, and we need to use this validator from the app component.html. Okay, so now I want to set the property. Suppose I want to set the property, the email will be the valid and password will be the valid. That should not be blank. So we'll use in this way. So just add a comma and validators dot require. In the same way we'll use validators dot required. Okay, so now if you just go to the browser and just inspect this element, so by default you can see there is the ng invalid, because we have provided the email should be required. So if we just write something in here, suppose A, B, C, D, so here you can see the class changed into valid. Okay, that means these class are changing when we are validating. Now I want to just create a CSS so that if there is a valid, then it will display as a green, or otherwise it will display as a red. So just go to the app component .css file, that is the main component CSS file, and here we will write some styling here. So for now I'll write if the input dot ng, here the class name valid. So if input dot ng valid, then it will looks like, that is border will be suppose 2px and that will be solid green. Okay, and in the same way, if the class is invalid, that means if there is no value, we can see the class are appearing as invalid. So just write here invalid, and that time the color will be red. Okay, so now if we just go to the browser, we can see these are currently as a red. And now if we just add some text, that is test@test.com, so we can see this became green. That means these are validated, but still password fields need to have some value. So in this way we can validate, but I need some text just below this box, so it will display a text that is should not be empty, or email should not be empty. So how we can do this? So here we will just write, so inside the beer I will create a span tag, and here I will write please provide email, and for password here we'll write please provide the password. Okay, simply. But if we now just go to the browser, we can see all time it is displaying, but I want to display these things when it's not filled the value. Then how we can do this? So call a function to validate. Suppose I am creating a function that is get validate message. Okay, validation message, and here we will write the return this dot the login from, and inside the login from we will call all the from controls. So right here simply controls. Okay, so if we just write validation require here, so inside the from control if we have any validation require, then it will set the message. Now just go to the app component.html and write a condition. So write star ngIf condition. Okay, so what will be the condition? So if the validate message is invalid, so first write the function name, that is validate message dot the name, that is email dot invalid. So if this is invalid, then only it will display. Okay, so just go to here. So now it is invalid, so just type here something, so it's gone. Okay, but by default it is showing this message. So I want to add another condition, that is you can see there is a condition that is the untouched, and if we just touch on this, so it's coming as touched. So we will write condition on that touched. So write validation message dot email dot touched. So right here touched, then only it will appear. So just refresh this. So by default it's not showing the message, so it's good. Now do the same things inside the password field also. So here just copy this and write here password. So here the field name is password, so write here password. Okay, so it is doing the same things for both field. And now just type anything, so it's gone the message. But if we just remove this, we can see the please provide email. But I want to see these things as a rate, so you can add a class also here. So write here class, and suppose the class is error, and do the same for email also, and define this class as red as you want. So right here inside the app component.cs, so dot error and simply color red. Okay, so if we just do this, then we can see the message as please provide email as in a red color. So in this way we can validate the reactive forms. So right here test@test.com and the password is 123456. So now just go to the console and submit this. So you can see the value is appear, that is email and password. So this was a simple reactive form creation and the form validation in reactive forms using the validator models. Okay, so we know about the from control, from group and validators model, and we can understand how reactive form works and how to submit data through the reactive forms. So next day we're going to discuss about the another types of form, that is the template driven form. So in this video I am going to discuss about how template driven forms works in Angular. Basically template driven forms are two-way data binding to update the data model in the component, or changes are made in the template, and you can say in vice versa also. So this is the most basic forms and easily we can use this. Generally most of the code we need to write inside the HTML file. Okay, so how we can use this? So simply we need to import the forms module and we can use this from modules for template driven forms. So just go to the app modules.ts and inside here we will import the forms module. So right here import, and here the module's name is forms module. Okay, and it's coming from the Angular forms. So right here Angular and forms. Okay, and we need to import these things from the imports array. So just comma and from modules. Okay, so from modules are imported in our application, and here you can see that is the Angular tutorial template driven forms. This is the simple text and you can see this text here. Okay, and here I am going to create forms and we will submit that form and will collect that data from the TS file, that is the TypeScript file. So simply just create a form, and inside the form we will create some fields, that is input, type, text, and name equal to email, and we can change the text to the email type also. And okay, then next I will add beer tag to beer tag, so it will clearly separate with another input type field. So write input type, and I am creating here the password also. Okay, and I am giving the name, that is name equal to name. Okay, and same just add to beer, and the final things we need to write the button and type obviously submit, and here just write suppose submit, it's the label. Okay, so now just go to the browser, we can see a simple form. So as we have not set in label, so that we can write a placeholder also. So enter email, and here also write placeholder, enter password. Okay, so it looks great. And now we need to identify the forms with the identification. So just provide a ID for this form. So here I am writing that is as login form. Okay, so this is my identification, and we will write the ng form. Okay, so we will bind with the ng form, and when you click on the submit, it will call some function which will collect the email and password, that is a fields data. Okay, so how to write? So click event, that is ng submit event, and we will call a methods. So the methods name, suppose I am writing the methods name as get data. Okay, and inside the get data we will pass the value, that is from login from. Okay, and along with that we want simply just value. So right here login forms dot value. Now the next things we need to do, we need to create a function in the TypeScript file with the name that is get data. So just app component dot ts file. This is the default component of your Angular application. So just create these things, and as we are passing some data, so we need to collect this data from the methods. So write simply data, and I want to collect this data and will print with the console. So write console dot log, and we will print the data. Okay, now if we just go to the browser, we can see so failed to compile. So the parameter data implicitly has any type, so we need to convert this data as any, and now just go to the browser, we can see the data. Okay, so now just open the inspect element. So just go to the console, and here I will provide the email and password. So right here test@test.com and password 123456, and just click on the submit. So we can see the value, that is email and name. Okay, so now this is printing from the TypeScript file, that is a ts file. So we can understand how to pass data, that is the template driven prompts to the app component.ts file. So if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day.